Section 9 and Section 10. If you're taking down notes, it would be Section 9 and Section 10 and the warrant, which is way back here. And the warrant. Here's the warrant. So send them a copy or send them the whole thing, but specify inside of the notice. So write a notice and you could title it as notice. In the notice, when you're titling it notice, the notice is going to refer to Section 9 and 10 of this case and the verdict. Let me go to it right now for you.
Shannon? 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 Shannon?
Deb, do you see 9 and 10?
Yes, please.
Can you read 9 and 10 for me?
Sure. Oops. Okay, one second. Section 9 says the convicted defendants and their corporations are de-established criminal entities that under the law have lost the right to govern, operate, or engage in commerce. Any person or group who acts, abets, or associates with these persons or corporations or their activities or products is an accessory to crimes against humanity and can be arrested and charged under the terms of the court's judgment and warrants. Section 10. The judgment and warrants of the court have the full force and effect of the law and take precedence over all regulations, authorities, and agencies. They can and must be used to stop the spread of genocidal criminal actions and procedures, including the now outlawed procuring and administering of COVID quote-unquote vaccines and related measures. Issued by the International Common Law Court of Justice, January 15, 2022.
All right. So did it say only Canada? Did it say only?
No, it's international, so it's all.
Right. What does that mean for your government? Let's talk about your government. That the government over there. You're in where are you in? Trinidad? You're Barbados? Which one?
Barbados. Yeah, Barbados.
Barbados. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means they have. It says in the second line of 9, what? They have lost the right to govern.
Yes. To govern, operate, or engage in commerce.
So that says a lot, doesn't it? Because that means soon time in the future, Barbados is not going to be able to trade and do commerce, right?
Correct.
You see where I'm going with this? It may not be happening right now, but it's on its way because this came out January 15th.
Right.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So me is busy handing everything over to China on a platter. So we'll see how that works. So in terms of the Chinese and their what's going to be able to be done in terms of blocking them from infesting our country some more.
Well, hold on. China is part of this. Let's go to the beginning of this for a second. I want you to read right here. where it says the convicted individuals included.
Okay. The convicted individuals include Albert Buria and Emma Walmsley, the CEOs of Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, Xi Jinping, President of China, Pope, inverted commas, Pope Francis, George Sergoglio, Queen Elizabeth, in quotation marks, Windsor, and Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. An authorized copy of the court's verdict and sentence is attached. Right.
Okay.
Continue.
No, you're good. You're good. Right there. Stop right there. Right. There's a little bit more people because even the Canadian Church is under this. Just give me a second. Let me see. Because the Canadian, the RCMP for Canada, they're also under got a charge for this.
Right.
You see here in number 3.
Yes. The accused persons and corporations named in the indictment include the CEOs of Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, PetroChina Limited, Weyerhaeuser Limited, and heads of the state and top officials of the governments of Canada and China, the Crown of England, and
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Where did you leave off? You there still? Yeah, we have to go over it again. We couldn't hear you. Your communication was going in and out.
Okay, is her? Okay. Let me get my earpiece. Go ahead. Okay, is it Colonel?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the accused persons and corporations named in the indictment include the CEOs of Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals, PetroChina Limited, Weyerhaeuser Limited, the heads of state and top officials of the governments of Canada and China, the Crown of England and the Vatican, the top officials of the Roman Catholic, Anglican, Unitarian, and United Church of Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Assembly of the First Nations, and First Nations Summit, and private citizens, totaling 75 living defendants and 3 private estates of 11 deceased defendants.
Thank you. So that's a lot of people, isn't it? That's a lot of people, isn't it? That's a lot. Right? Because they mentioned the Royal Mounted Police. In Canada, that's the federal police. Right?
Right.
That's the federal police. Right? It mentioned the First Nations and all this. That's something that's going on up here too, where the Aboriginal people who are on the reserve are now calling themselves First Nations, and that started. That started recently, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things we've been battling is the First Nations, claiming that they're the first here and all that stuff, but we're the first.
Yeah.
You know, and they created
and they
that.
Get really upset.
Yeah. Right. So they decided to help with the genocide, and we're glad that they did, because here they are proving that they're not the First Nations and that they're a corporation operating with these other corporations and criminals who commit medical genocide around the world.
Right.
Right. So you can use any parts of this document. If I were you, I'd read through the whole thing, and you pick whatever you want, because through the whole document, like through the whole thing, it's bananas.
It's true. I'm surprised me his name isn't there. I'm so sorry it isn't, honest to God.
Who?
But
Who?
Neil Motley, or the prime minister for this place. Sorry, the alleged prime minister for this place.
Yeah.
I was sorry her name isn't actually here in black and white. That would have thrilled me greatly. But anyhow, she'd be
Well,
caught.
this involves him too. So if he's
Yeah.
if he's still exercising all of that stuff in the country of Barbados, then this warrant is for also him also.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a she.
Or she, sorry.
She got it right for the most part. But yeah, yeah, but she's still hard at it, and all the propaganda is still on welfare. Well, I call it welfare TV, but the the local public station, they still have all that propaganda going, even urging people who are immunocompromised to go get their second boosters. So she has no intentions of stopping, none whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's up to the people. That's now up to the people who are competent in law by sending them a quo warranto, a writ of quo warranto, a writ of mandamus, and a writ of restituto. Right? Having them putting their authority on record for the record to let the record be shown.
Right.
Because they can't put their authority on record, and whatever they do put on record is under criminal investigation anyway, then you'd send that record to the provost marshal. And the provost marshals and your local police, because of this warrant, they have to kind of follow the warrant type of thing. It's an international. Yeah, so they have to.
Last year, corrupt that. Quite honestly, I have another friend who actually bought this document to like here. He actually went to the police stations and he spoke directly with the guys and everything. And one of the sergeants said to him, "Listen, the only person he could take that to would have been they say their friend Corbin, who was like trying his utmost best to, single-handedly take on these demons, because the police themselves are scared crapless.
Well, they're supposed
and a
to
lot of
get
people
notice.
here are afraid of her. So I don't even deal with that. Sorry?
They're only supposed to get a notice of this, and then you send also this document. If you're going that far, like he is, that noble, then you would send also this document not only to the police but also to provost marshals and the archbishop in your area. The archbishop, give it to the ordinary so the ordinary can file it for the archbishop.
Give it to the ordinary. Okay. So that I am clear, I am sending this case, a copy of this case. I draw special attention to sections 9 and 10. And I'm also sending the quo warranto, written by mandamus, and the restituto to the local police, the provost marshals, and the archbishop. Give it to the ordinary so they can file it for the archbishop.
Right.
This is also going to the ministries of education, the ministry of transport, and such like.
If you want to go there, make it go there. Make it go to those places. Also have it. If you're going to do that, then you might as well send it to the attorney general of that country.
Okay, great. So
for all 3 levels.
Okay, I get you. All right. And with this, I'm using my Moorish documents, correct?
If you're doing this, yes. If there's a consulate there, then do it with them too.
No, I don't have a consulate here as yet. That's why I need to learn all this stuff so I could actually start one.
Okay. Well, this is one of the standard processes when you're dealing with people who claim any type of authority. Always have a writ of quo warranto, a writ of mandamus, and then a writ of restituto. Okay.
Yeah.
Study those, study those types of writs and how they're written, and
Yeah.
start writing those three. Right. Have them have a section for witnesses to sign, put the autograph there. All you need is three.
Right.
Two or
About three.
Yeah, two or three. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, like, in terms of the, like, my son, he catches the public transport to go to and from school.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, where there's as you know, the signs up, no mask, no entry, and she's declared it on tape to tell you that no one can use the public transport unless this should take care of all that also, because they don't have like a exemption card or anything like that. He does have his national card, so I think that should suffice, though.
That should be suffice. That should be suffice, because you're not. You have to remember what they're saying to you is what Barbados would say, but you're not.
Right.
You're nationals, and that's It's just like if I came to your country, right?
Right. Yeah.
They're gonna tell me all that stuff. They could say it to me, but I'm not from your country, so physically I'm not from your country, so you can't tell me really anything.
It's true.
You get what I'm saying?
We got a special type of retarded people here. Trust me. So unless if me say jump and hit the moon, these idiots will jump and hit the moon. I try for the sun too. So yeah, it's a lot more energy. Unfortunately, have to waste with these.
You have to.
These are special, but
you have
special.
You have to paint the picture with them of you being just foreign.
Okay.
You see how you see your twang right now? I can hear you, your homeland twang, right? As soon as you start talking and say, "No, I'm foreign," they're gonna laugh. They start. See how you did that? Foreign.
Did I say then?
Which foreign are you talking about? So now you got to tell them, you got to show them how foreign you are. You get what I mean?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I get you.
Right? Because they automatically, as soon as you open your mouth, they can say, you from here. Right? And you are from there. But they don't understand. You have to paint the picture that there's jurisdictions within jurisdictions, just like how there's a Chinatown in every major city in the world. There's jurisdictions within jurisdictions. You hear what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Right?
That is true. That's
a
very valid point right there. Yeah.
Yes. Right? So you paint that picture and they know that. They're not dumb. They went to school. You went to school. Everybody went to school. All right. That's true. There's different jurisdictions.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? I'm in Canada and I have to do the same thing. If I know this is America, though, but they pretend that this is Canada, buddy. Yeah, well, it's also America. Right. Even though you guys don't subscribe to be American, I do.
Correct.
You get what I mean? So when I come across to some people here, they automatically go, "Oh, he must be from the US."
Right. So tell me something. Whereas as I said, the corporation has no idea of the new appellations or what's not for any of us. How would that pan out in terms of the documents for them? Because my son will be registered as his strawman name at the school.
That's right.
Not his portion appellation. So, please, I don't know.
When he's arrested, when it's a situation like that now, and the little one's registered at the public school, what you want to do is create a trust, or if you don't have a trust, still use your estate and put a lien against your child's name and have copyrights for the child's name, copyrights for it. Okay. Those documents notarized and put a lien against the copyrights. Okay. While the child is going to school, now you have power over the child more than they do. They can say, let's say they need to have him do this or that. Because you have a trust, the trust trumps it.
Right. Okay. So wait. Sorry, I was writing that down. So I'm going to create. Can you please repeat it? I'm creating a trust. I put a lien against my son's straw man name.
Yeah, against the straw man name, right?
Right.
So, like, if anything, they come to you and they say, "Well, the straw man has to do this, or the straw man has to do that." I said, "Well,
right.
Do you have a lien against the straw man?" Because that's the first conversation you should be talking about. Because anytime anybody comes to you with some sort of authority, they're trying to contract you and they're trying to get some sort of, they're trying to create a bond with you and sell it on the stock market. So
right.
with a trust and a lien already on the estate, right, they can't create something and get paid for it because the trust has a lien on the estate. And in the rules and laws of liens, first in line, first in time gets paid first.
Yeah. Right.
You get what I'm saying? Because of that rule, first in line, first in time, they would have to have created a bond and put it on record and all this stuff for them to even ask you to do anything. They would have to be a creditor or a trustee over that estate, and your trust is basically saying, no, you're not trustees over that estate. That estate is in a trust, and that estate has been liened by the trust, which the trust is really protecting it. You get what I mean? So it's like, right? I do that with all of my sons. Okay? I have 4 sons, and I do that with all of them. The youngest one is 12, and we had to do the same thing. Right? They came at us talking about vaccines and all that stuff from early. You know, no, that's not happening.
Right. Okay, so I create a trust, put a lien against his or my name, and lead my estate as well.
Okay. Yes. So anytime someone comes at it for any reason, you will send them a notice, right? Saying that there's a lien against that estate for this amount of money, and that you're first in line, first in time.
Okay?
Right. Okay. Do they want to pay the lien? Do they want to pay the lien?
This is the one we start about 500,000, right?
Mm-hmm. I would have put it higher, but because each of my sons, a million, 100 million.
Cool. 100 million, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, because they don't have 100 million to give you, and you're not looking for 100 million for anybody to give it to you. If they give it to you, Jesus, you're welcome, and have a good time with it. All right.
I'll definitely let you know.
All right. Send me that postcard. All right.
I shall.
I know you'll be I know you'll be somewhere in a castle with that. So,
all right. I'll do a little bit of that though. I'll contribute to the nation because I really want to see us on a very strong footing. So you just tell me. I'll just give you some and you do what you need to do with it for the benefit of everyone.
Well, you're right, because that's what's part of the class, is to show you all how to do all of that. Why? Because our banking system, we've already done so many things to put it together. And what it needs now is really the nation to know how it works and why we're always talking about leaning. I know everybody comes to this class is like, hey, this guy keep talking about lean this, lean that. He will lean a donkey. Yeah, I lean a donkey. Of course I lean a donkey.
It's your property.
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't understand it. I recognize the importance of the leads. It's just because it was, it's new information. It takes a bit to process, but I get the reason for it. And I mean, if this is the only way we can be successful, because I surely don't have weaponry to go take them down. So if this is the only way I can do it for now, well, then so be it. But I more see the value in this as a to try to get like the money they made off of us with the birth certificate fraud, because that's like you're fighting for like dead leaves that's blowing around the ground. It makes no sense, you know.
Right?
So yeah,
Like, put it this way. Put it this way. If China can put a lien on Barbados because Barbados owes them money, right?
right,
And Barbados doesn't pay China, right? Aren't you not going to see Chinese say, all right, we're going to build this now over here? And you can see all these Chinese in Barbados. And you're like, why is there Chinese here? And they're like, well, they're building this thing. They took over that.
right.
Is because why? Well, they have a lien against Barbados for whatever, and Barbados couldn't pay them. So they foreclosed on them, and they get to pick a piece of whatever. So you know what? Just take that piece over there. Let's put a hotel right here, and all the people in Barbados are gonna be like, what, new hotel? Oh, who owns it? Chinese people, and the only Chinese people working there and building it.
Right. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So if they can do it, note to yourself that everyone in this class can do that too, because you have your power is bigger than their corporation. Remember, their corporation. Yes.
So I could actually leave Barbados then.
Of course.
That would actually put them out to sea. So as an individual, would that be like, would I have enough strength to do that as an individual, or would I need to have like a few more? Because there aren't many of us, trust me, minors.
You can do it yourself, because I've met many nationals in my journey of all of this that have done that. You know.
Okay.
But because it's just them, it makes it a little bit harder to enforce it.
Right.
Because you know what I mean? Right?
Right.
It makes it a little bit harder to enforce it, because now you got to bring it to the provost marshal, and you got to show the provost marshal that you are part of a nation. They would rather talk to people who are exercising constitutional principles. You are exercising that, yes. But on a collective, you know, they can say, okay, well, yes. It's not to say that they would come in and help you. I'm not saying that. You get what I mean?
Right.
But when there's a team of people, it just makes it more professional, and looks like it's not just you making a complaint about something. You know?
That's true. Well, in that aspect, the odds are a bit against me in terms of having the numbers here, right? That's why everything here, I'm like, I say like a novelty for them right now, because nothing has ever been done like what I'm trying to establish here. So I'm like a pioneer here.
Welcome to our class, because I'm in the same boat. Like I live in this place where there's all these Europeans, and they swear that they own everything.
Yeah.
They swear it, you know, and then their attitude about it is like,
right.
You know, you go home. It's like, but I am home. You go home. You know, and you're like, these people are delusional. Very delusional.
But the toughest part here is trying to enlighten the other melanated people, you know, as to what their rights could be. But to be perfectly honest with you, I think that a lot of them are so comfortable with having this done and that done for them. They're too lazy to try to govern themselves and accept responsibility for themselves. So they don't mind sucking crap for a minute or two, so long as they think they may come out virtually unscathed at the end. But it's only if a mega small hit the fan for them that they're gonna really then be held to skelter. But in between time, I think that I'm just prepared to watch them just evaporate, because they're happy in their ignorance and they're too lazy to try to do anything to help themselves.
Right.
So therefore, once they're here, they can go and walk up at crop over the idiots did. So I really, you know, I will do as much as I can for, you know, the few who are interested, but as I overextending myself, I will be wasting that particular time and energy, honestly. So, but I really do wish that they were, you know, a lot more keen on helping themselves. Like one guy, I really respected him. It was a girl they had gotten to at the hospital because he was coming. Oh, you gonna pull your bus? I said, so I gave him a quick rundown. And he was like, no, I don't want to hear. I said, you better forget here because or else I'll have your head on a platter.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not joking. If you think you're working for a company and the company is going to save you, you better think again. So the other female girl who was with him, she actually, she said, well, like, what are you speaking about? And I presented my ID, my national card.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh, okay. And she was interested. So I spoke with her. I went back to him. I said, listen, just because you don't know something doesn't mean you shouldn't be humble enough to at least try to listen. Because little do you know, I'm actually trying to save your life. Because trust me, you're going to butt more Moors who are not going to be as patient as I have been with you. Believe me on that one. They'll have you in a second. So just say, you can't say that no one ever enlightened you. You're no longer ignorant. So how you choose to proceed from this point on is up to you. Okay? But I didn't even have to do all this. I could have just left you to your own device and destruction, quite frankly. So that was it. And then after he asked for the info I gave him, he said, well, maybe he thinks he's just a traditional kind of guy, so he gonna stay, being a strong one. So I said, I respect you so much for that, but at least you're not ignorant to the facts anymore. And should you see the need arise to, try to save yourself, at least you know how you can go about saving yourself, right? And I felt really proud of him for being at least honest enough. You get what I mean? So
Shit.
respect to him. But a lot of these are just they're happy in their ignorance. So the ones, as I said, who have the at least a bit of interest, I will speak with, and that's it. Because you have to know how to exert, who to exert your energy with, also. Otherwise, they just stuck you dry for no good reason. So yeah. So I will do this, and as for fidelity, I use his appellations and not his straw name in these notices because I'm going to leave his straw name, right?
Yes, you have to leave the straw name. In the straw name and send that out as a notice.
Okay. Can I put all these documents together and send them one day, or do I have to do them like?
Well, it depends on the issue. So yes and no. So yes and no, because in this situation where you're doing right now, it'd be all of it. If you already sent things out, then this would just be part of it.
Okay. All right. Great. And a heads up, I did promise you an update. I did approach the papers to have the public notification done, and they tried to the attorneys tried to contract me. That was really funny. They told the lady, tell her she has to go through a lawyer. We never saw anything like this. I said, tell them I don't have to do that. They have no authority over me. They can't decide that I have to take their fictitious persons on. So therefore, and they cannot deny me the right to have my information printed in a public forum either.
Shit.
So, and then the lady, I ended up giving the lady quite a crash course. Like, yeah, more shit. She was very aggressive. She was like, I said, sweetheart, I didn't either. She said, but you're so knowledgeable. I said, sweetheart, I will do anything to defend myself. This is how I defend myself right now, and I will love if you could, go brush up on it. Don't take my word for it. Go there, give her, like give her some of everybody. Go watch the whiteboard lessons. Have a good gander, and don't pay attention to the police propaganda where they're trying to defame the Moors. And you defend yourself because it's not that hard to do.
Not that hard.
She was so appreciative. And she was so appreciative, and I dare say she went above and beyond. So she put me on to another lady who has quite nicely advised me as the best way to get it into the papers, and she's taking care of it for me because she works there. So she's going to shoot me an email with the mock-up of what it's going to look like, and that's it. I will be having my stuff in the papers by the end of next week. I am so happy. So that's my update.
Excellent. Congratulations. I love that. Thank you. That's dope. Thank you. Excellent.
Wow. Yeah.
Happy
because I could actually tell the other boys who did it here. I could actually tell them, well, look, this is how you do it, you know. So as I go forward, I'm not just leaving everybody else hanging. I'm also showing them how to go about their business, you know. So yeah, that's my update. So I'll keep you posted for this one as well. This will be my homework. So I'll have 3 more sleepless nights because I want to get it out for Monday morning. Can I send this email? As I already have my envelopes to send them registered mail, but in the essence of time, can I also send them emails and supplement them with the registered mails?
Yes, you can, because you want to make sure that
okay, great.
Yeah, because they're using that nowadays more regular than anything, the email. But you still want to make sure that they got it through registered mail and for your records. You get what I mean? As evidence, your evidence gathering all the time. All right.
Correct. I got them. I have all their envelopes here waiting. I just wanted to be sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much again, Overcam. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to get this matter sorted, and I will update you guys again as I progress.
All right, Deb. Thank you for that.
Yeah, anything else? Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Big up to all the people who are exercising and overstanding and truly getting. I big you all up, all of you. Micah, big you up. You went after the building, doing your thing. That's what I'm talking about. Overstanding the information from all angles and realizing that they don't own this stuff. Okay? Any authority, always give them the writs and the liens. All right? So big up to all of you. I love this. Thank you so much, Deb. That really brought some positive to today's lesson session. Shay. All right. Just keep us updated, and I'll definitely give you a shout to make sure that you're always going on your path. All right. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Let me take a breath. Let me breathe it in. Let me breathe. Everybody breathe it in. Breathe it in. That's what you call taking responsibility. Being an adult isn't just taking care of your family in certain ways of just feeding them, but protecting them. Remember that you're living in a commercial world. The liens act as a shield for that. To protect. Look up the word security, because that's what you're creating. Let's look. I want everybody to pull up their Black's Law Dictionary right now, by the way, and let's look up the word security in Black's Law. Look up security in law. Look up security. If you found it and you want to read it, security. When you're creating security, that is how you create money. Creating securities all the time. Staying in honor. Ashe, excellent.
Okay, excuse me, Noble Cal. I made my email and I still haven't seen the mail from you. I went into the spam as well, and there's nothing there.
Okay.
Right, there's nothing there. Okay.
And you just want the headers of to put on the
yes, please,
for your documents. All right.
Yes, please. Thanks.
All right. Give me a moment. Let me fix it up for you. All right.
But can I add something else? I'll show you how ridiculous these are with their prices, right? And they try everything to really keep you underfoot.
Yes.
So they decided that to do, because there's four boards I'm doing, including myself. They're saying this is the correspondence she sent to me. There's a 14:3 color white ad. As she said, for Sunday alone, that's $2,542.51. For the weekend, it's $2,105.52. Midweek is $1,589.07. At other days, it's $1390.41 each day. Wow, isn't that just a blast?
Where's that coming from?
Right. This is Barbados. This is the Nation newspaper I contacted. Nation Publishing. Right? Yeah. So whereas other countries you just pay like $50 for to have it done. This is even running for the entire month, because we were told at first to run the public notice for a month. And she said you can choose the days that will suit your budget and spread them over 30 days. This type of ad will be more legible. Right? I said the cost for a 30-day run is $1,350.35 for 30 days. And a 3-day minimum is $261.70, and that is per ad. So it will be $261.70 by 4, because there's 4 of us. Yeah.
When you decide to build the consulate down here,
yeah,
a couple put together, you'd put a lien against that company.
Okay, great.
And the order that comes from that going through a tribunal. I hear myself echoing.
Wait, sorry. Can you please repeat a bit? Sorry, yeah, I just turned off my speaker. Sorry, so I can hear you better. Can you please repeat? Right.
Yeah. So that case you would lien them as a collective consulate, right? And that lien, you'd be able to monetize it and give them an order, and you'd be able to connect with the provost marshals and anybody who would who's dealing with international arrest and the continued file of crimes against humanity on a global basis. You see, right now, they're like a lot of countries around the world are like tell me where they are. Where are they? Tell me where's the tyranny. And the regular people don't know that that's happening, but that's happening.
Right. Yeah.
So there's really arrest going on right now, and if you feel that they needed to be that or that needs to happen, then that can happen.
Yeah, but it has to happen as a collective, right? As a consulate. But I don't have that here because I don't even have 7 boards together.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
It's an alternative, because I mean, like, if I was to put it like on IG, Facebook, whatever, use those platforms, is that not also a form of copyright?
Yes, copyright, and also putting in the public publication, putting out publishing, putting it out.
Right. So, can they skip this, or you just use the electronic platforms then?
You can. We use Scribit and those different type of platforms to put our stuff out. They say it's really good to put it in the newspaper. That you get a newspaper and have an affidavit from the newspaper company saying that you did put it in there. Then
Oh, That's the thing. They do not provide the affidavit. They said what I would get is is a receipt with the letterhead of the company.
Yeah.
For to verify everything, but they do not provide the affidavits per se.
So you do it and have them sign it, and then get it notarized.
Okay.
So you do it, bring it to them, say, look, okay, I got it. All right, you sign this, you sign that. All right, send it back, and then bomb, you get that notarized.
Right, I get you. Or as I said, I could just use the electronic media and be done with it.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, I'll figure.
What I used to do is I used to go to them personally and have them.
Right.
I'd go with them with like business cards, but these cards were blank. These cards are blank, and I would have them just sign that I met with them and put the time and date on this card and have them sign it, and then I'd use that as evidence and put it as one of my exhibits.
Okay, I get you.
You get what I'm saying? I'm evidence gathering. So I'll find whatever means to evidence gather. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm a squirrel when it comes to evidence.
I get you. So am I.
Honestly, we get so true now because
So I leave those stones unturned.
Okay,
so I will. I'll check out the other online media and see what they're willing to give, because even if it's at least one of them, it's still public notice. So if push comes to shove, I'll use my platforms because I've got like over 5,000 people on my Facebook. I have to start another. I have 400, I think, or 300 on Instagram, and then I've got another.
I look in
think
my
it was
spam
about
and I
800
don't see
on
anything.
what do you call
Okay?
it?
All right.
Right,
And
TikTok.
next
I hate
time
TikTok.
again,
So,
him say,
right. So I think that's mostly.
That's
But I'll put it on those if I have
send him
to.
some
It
documents
is public
recording in
notice.
case
So
of
long as you
discuss
put it.
with him.
Yeah, that's international notice also,
Him
is it
don't
not?
acknowledge.
It
So I
is.
say,
Right.
when I think about it, I say, you know what?
Because we're not just talking local. We are international people, so we can only talk to the world.
Even though I didn't confirm
That's how we talk.
the other message.
We're not just local people. We don't talk to just local people.
Right?
We're nationals, and we talk to the entire globe when we speak.
Tell me, send back an email
So
and
I will
say,
just put it
what
right up
documents
there,
should I
and
send?
that'll be it.
Again, you don't get no response.
Yeah, at least that'll be one.
So you don't know
one
the
hurdle
communication not
considered
effective.
completed.
So I said to him the other day when I was doing the
If they
pilot
come
thing,
to me with,
there's a
if
principle
they
in
could think
communication. When the guy look
I'll
at me
be
and say, look
honorable.
here.
I
You
return
see, when
her
I
a call
say
to her and
I
say,
got
well,
control,
is this
you
the best
must
that
say
you can do?
you
And if
got
you can't tell
control.
me any
When him
prices
say,
that are more
Shernet, you got the
reasonable,
control,
well, then I'll
Shernet
just
must
stick to
confirm
the
and say,
online
I've
forum, and
got the
that's it.
control. You understand me?
It's
That's
out there.
communication
So everybody goes on
to say that
social
we are
media. So
communicating
hey,
effectively.
they will
But you
know.
know what? When
Is your email?
when you say
Is your
you got the
email
control and me no
D
respond
Higgins
and
or
you
Huggins?
Lego the plane in my hand
No,
and me no
sorry,
you
Deb,
think me
DEB
have the plane and then we
at
go crash the
Proton
damn
Mail.
plane. So yeah, there's a thing to communication. There's an exchange going on. Yes. But if me I communicate with you and you say you send me the thing and when me look and see nothing. And me send you back a thing to say what documents you do and you don't communicate with me. What is that going to say to me? I don't know. We're not communicating.
All right. I see hands up still.
There's no connection. It's empty. So if I say, but him tell me already to send the document.
These questions.
So I say, but I wanted clarification as to how many documents, which documents you need. So all you have to do is say, send me everything and send me.
But I'll let. I hope Shamika didn't take too long. I know you had your hand up. Everybody had their hands up. So Shamika, you have the floor. Shamika,
exactly.
The floor is yours.
Hey,
really?
I'm just, I had my hand up because I'm new, so I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Shamika. Empress Kea Bay, I think that's her name in there. She invited me, so you guys should be seeing me for the rest of, well, for however long this is. I'm just here to learn and get familiar with the new type of system
It's frustrating
and freedom.
when we're trying to communicate, and then now that I
Thank you
bring
for
it up,
coming to
you
our
have
class.
some little blasted idiot fool people think to say him need to come to him rescue.
Thank
So
you.
them always pint of order, pint of
The
order.
notebook.
This man say he must have everything.
Our class is going to be dealing with a lot of writing this month. We're also going to be doing a lot of practical stuff that's going to help with you and the things that you have to do to protect yourselves.
Conversation with him like she and him
all right,
probably
the great reset's going on, and I'm so happy that you're part of our class. You're kind of going to hear things in this class that you'd be considered conspiracies, but I'm here to tell you there's no such thing as that. And please study and study. Welcome all those who are new to the class. If you have friends and family, please add them or have them come to our class too, because there's a lot that needs to be taught to them, especially this time where we are in the age of knowledge. So thank you, Shamika, and those who have come today. I hope you enjoyed this class today, because we're going to be going over certain laws and concepts that we went over in the last semester, but I wanted to get it more clear to you because of the banking system that we've implemented and structured in the last couple of years. All right, that you're going to want to have information for. All right, so peace and love to you, Shamika. I hope you take in the customs of our international temple, Moorish Science Temple. It's not a religion. When it's talking about the Moorish science, the science part is all of the laws on the planet, from gravity to even the law of chemistry and everything. So you'll be hearing a lot of lessons in our course of 4 months, talking about metaphysics and things that apply in your life right now in real time. So for those who are coming to our class, thank you, peace and love. I know you could have been anywhere in the world, but decided to be here. I really appreciate and gratitude to you. All right, so get ready to learn. Let's get ready to learn. All right, you have your businesses, trying to put your businesses together, you're trying to put your families together. I want to show you something today on why the unity of our people is not strong. And there's a lot of economical reasons, financial reasons. It's funny because it's funny that the only thing I've seen us come together on was kind of like y'all remember Podden? I don't think they still do it. Susa, they call it sometimes. Podden, Susa. Right?
Yeah.
Those are one of the times we really get together. And I wonder about that.
Wow.
So I understand that economics and the structure for our communities needs to be in place. All right. So thank you again, Shamika. All right.
Seriously, instead me just want to play around and wait.
Bev, I see your hand up. The floor is yours.
I sent you back something.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, Brother Cam.
Because I don't want to send you everything and then you load you too much. You understand me? I try to respect your time and narrow it down. So I say, what exactly
I've been trying for several months to get my property back, which was unlawfully taken from me. I did explain a few weeks ago to the group that was on, and I don't think they could actually believe what they were hearing, that I'd been taken to court and my property had been taken off me and claimed by somebody else that had absolutely nothing to do with my property.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was told not to go to court, but I did go. And when I went, I was silenced anyway. So I may as well have not been there. And that's why they took it off me. Or how they took it off me, not why, how they took it off me. So what I want to know now is I've just received yesterday an email. They're still coming after me. They're not satisfied that they've taken my property. They're now claiming that if they were successful in taking my property, it must mean that for the whole length of time that I've had the property, that I bought the property until now,
you know what is it? As you mentioned,
it must be that if it's theirs, which the court has given it to them, it must mean that any rent that I've received is theirs as well. So they're now coming after me for the financial income that I got, even though they never bought the property. They're now claiming the financial income. So really, what I'm asking now is, do I still engage with them by going to court, which they're putting they put in a claim for me to attend court a second time in order to actually do a financial claim against me for, I think it's going to be like maybe for about £300,000 is what they estimate the rent should have been.
So
so do I attend court, or do I just completely ignore them? I know that ignoring is tacit acquiescence. So what do I do in that situation? And I still am fighting to get the property back, to have the judgment overturned, and I've also requested a judicial review because I believe that the judge was misguided in the first place by not allowing me to speak. I'm sorry?
That part right there that you said, that's filed, that the overturning of the judgment?
No, that's, yes. You mean, have I filed it?
Yeah, that you're saying that there's you filed to overturn the judgment. Is that what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, that's called a judicial review. Yes, I filed that about 2 months ago, but I've not heard anything.
Okay, so that's in motion right now. Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah, it's in. So I don't know what the result of that is going to be, but right now, these guys have now put in a second claim to now get the rent that I've collected over 15 years, because that's how long I've owned the property. No, sorry, more than that. I've owned it for 22 years, but they're claiming that they owned the property from 15 years ago, which isn't true anyway. I don't, that they cooked up. They found this document that appeared to give it to them, but it was actually a fake document. But the court seemed to believe that the document was valid, and it really wasn't. But anyway, because they can't show any proof of purchase or anything like that, I have no idea why the judge has actually given it to them, and now they're doing a second claim now. So my question is, do I engage with them, continue to engage with them, or do I just pull myself out of the system now and just say to them, look, I'm not in your jurisdiction. I already am nationalised. But they're not using my national name in the courts because this started before I was nationalised. So I didn't really want to confuse the situation by bringing in my nationality now. But in terms of the claim, if they persist with the claim and I get a second claim against me for finances, my question is, do I continue to allow them, I should say, to continue to make another judgment against me, or do I use a promissory note to settle the entire thing, or what do I do? I don't even know if the court will take a promissory note. But if they do, obviously that's probably the easiest thing. But I don't really want to admit or acknowledge that I'm agreeing that the property is theirs, because it's not. They never paid for it. I bought it.
Right. So you wouldn't want to give them a promissory note or bond or anything like that.
Right. Sorry, just 1 second. But the only downside to that is that I don't understand, because I'm not a criminal, but they've put a penal notice in saying that if I don't pay the court fees, not the court fees, sorry, the awarded fees, if I don't pay the awarded fees, I'm being threatened with jail term. Now, I've never heard of that. A civil case being brought against somebody ending up in a criminal case. I don't understand that. But that's what it says on the order.
Says that on the order?
Silver bullet. Yeah,
It
what
does,
them
yeah.
do is make it
I was gonna ask you about the order. So on the order, does it say that they can put another case against you? Is it a case against the house?
And you can be in problems.
Like the order?
No, so they
yes,
make
no.
They make,
The case is the case was for them to claim the house. Okay, they found a fake document giving the house to this person, and it was I was originally going to sell it to her. They couldn't raise a mortgage, but the documents were prepared, but somehow that document that originally was prepared but never executed because there was no sale, it went through to Land Registry.
Oh, okay.
And so I then said to Land Registry that I'm going to put a charge against them because they have no document from me saying that I sold the property to the girl. Mm-hmm. So only on the production from the solicitor of this document, only based on that evidence only, no financial or anything, they're saying that I gave her the property as a gift, and I don't even know her.
Right.
Wow. So I'm fighting to get my property back.
Oh my God!
I've never heard anything like it myself, but
the reason why I'm laughing is not because of your situation, is because it seems like it's a repetitive thing that happens in real estate, because that absolutely happens here. As a matter of fact, I'm dealing with a case right now. That's how someone lost their house. They didn't have no mortgage on the house, but all of a sudden, it's not their house no more. And there was fake documents docked up and everything. So
exactly. So that's the same thing that's happened to me.
Yeah, like everything you're saying. As you're talking, I'm going through the experience that I'm going through with the national that I'm helping right now for the last 3 years. So we've been doing this for the last 3 years.
Oh gosh, that's depressing that it's taken 3 years.
Yeah, because they keep because we know they're criminals, right? And they keep coming to court and acting like because for some reason the national that's going through this, that we're working together, the thieves have been doing this for years, and they in society. They've been notarized in society, I remember the noble said to me, he went to court one time, and the attorney for the opposite side of the defendant was like to the judge, Mr. So-and-so he's part of the club, part of these things and part of these, and mentioning, putting out his accolades, Lucky for us, the judge was like, I hear all that, but I don't care about all that.
Right.
But some kind of sweeten it up. You get what I mean? Like sweeten up, like this individual is a prestige to somebody and been in society for so long. We found out that the man that we're dealing with here, he's in his age, so he's been doing this for more than 30 years.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? And it's at a point where we're looking at it this guy, if we really want to, this would be like a news broadcast bulletin. The big so-and-so was stealing houses for 30 years.
Yeah.
And put him out. It's almost like we opened up Pandora's box in a way, and we didn't know that this guy was a big fish in the sea, amongst the other fishes that are still doing that kind of stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've had a noble come to me one time, and he's a real estate agent, lose all 4 of his houses, all right, and lose his license to be an agent. Okay, what my grandma said, them text set on him. And that's what they did. Right? They went after him to the point that they squeezed him for everything. You know, fighting back and understanding creditor status and what a secure party is very important. And a lot of people don't know that. They don't know that as an adult, you're supposed to be doing these things so you can protect all your assets, whether you have a trust or not.
Okay, well, I do have a trust, but unfortunately, that particular property, they'd actually made a claim on it some time ago, and they just couldn't get a solicitor to actually follow through, but they found one who was able to start the process last year, and successfully, I don't know what tricks he pulled, but last year he managed to get it to court and to put me in this situation. So, you know, do I just ignore what's going on, or do I engage with them?
Yes, I would engage, especially with the house. When did that order come up, by the way, if you don't mind saying?
No, I don't mind. 28th of January is when they took me to court, and they silenced me, stopped me from speaking. I couldn't defend myself, nothing. Right. So I just had to watch them I just had to watch my property slip away through my fingers. And also, in the meantime, it made my brother homeless as well.
Is the house in trust? The house is in trust?
No, that's what I'm saying, is that I wasn't able to place it in my trust, because I only knew about this type of trust. I only knew about this trust in December. And I was already given an order in October that I'm not able to alter anything to do with the property until the whole matter goes to court. So that was something I got from the courts to say that I can't do anything with it. Now, I could have still said, oh, well, I'm going to ignore it, and I'm still going to, put it in trust. It wouldn't have worked. They would have just taken it back out.
Exactly.
Yes, that wouldn't have worked. Also, I put an allodial. I did an allodial document title to and sent it to Land Registry. Land Registry wouldn't register it because they knew that it was subject to this situation here.
Yes, exactly. That it's in an ongoing action. That's why, right? Yeah. So that's what's stopping the overturn. That's all. I'm not stopping the overturn. That's stopping them from putting a charge extra on what you're talking about. Because earlier on you were saying that they're charging you more for more stuff, and they're trying to get 300 whatever out of you.
Yes, for the rent.
Yeah, but that right there, they can only say something, but they can't do nothing right now because there's an ongoing overturning coming, and that's already in process.
Well, we don't know if they're going to overturn. They can only overturn if they find that the judge did something incorrect. Now, it's the judge definitely did something incorrect, but it's whether or not his peers are going to acknowledge it. Because, it's like getting a policeman to tell on a policeman. It's kind of difficult. And I've asked a panel of judges to basically criticize one of their own. And I'm not sure, that I'm going to get a victory, but what is promising is the fact that they've actually taken the case, because normally they would have just thrown it out. So the fact that they've actually allowed me to file the case, and they've said that, that they will be reviewing it, I'm kind of sort of semi-hopeful that they will see that their colleague has done something wrong.
I would do, if it was me and I was in your position, I would do, if you haven't done it yet, I would file a reversion of estate.
In the courts, do you mean?
File it in the courts. File it.
But what will that do? Reversion of estates, if they've already said or determined that the girl is going to get it?
Yeah. When you're using your nationality.
Yeah, but I haven't been.
I know. So you might want, if you're doing, right, if you use your nationality, even if you don't use your nationality, doing a reversion of estate is talking about the fact that you were the creditor from the beginning anyway, and that there was never no need for proceedings and all of these things. Let me see if I can show one. Let me see if I can pull one up so you can.
But if I file that, are they going to recognise it? Because they're not. They don't seem to be. When I said that I'm going to put a lien on land registry, for example, it's almost like they were laughing in my face. You know, that doesn't work over here.
When you were going to put a lien against the land registry?
I wrote to land registry and told them that I have, sent them a form of my intention to lien.
Right.
And they basically just ignored it.
Oh, okay. So you enforce it then?
But you see, the thing is, so enforce it. So then just basically write out a lien against them. But yeah. How do I physically enforce it? Because I send the paperwork and they're not even acknowledging that they've received it. Well, even though I've actually, documented that, and I know that it's been signed for.
So,
but it's just silence, nothing.
Right. So you enforce it now. You want
how do you enforce it? I can't get money out of land registry when they're not going to pay it.
How you know?
They're not acknowledging they even owe it.
Enforce the lien. How you know they're not going to pay? If they're a company just like anywhere else.
I understand that, but if they're going to pay, surely they would acknowledge it, and they're not acknowledging it
because you haven't enforced the lien. They don't think you're serious.
Okay, so just send just send the actual lien document to them, and what am I actually putting a lien against them for? Because they are saying that they haven't done anything wrong because they received a court order, and all they're doing is obeying the court order.
Yeah, but if they're criminals and obeying court orders and all that stuff, does that make it right? Because you have to remember they're criminals.
Oh, you mean land registry?
All of them.
Okay.
They're not supposed to be doing what they're doing right now. Nowhere. Even in Britain, nowhere. All of the stuff shall we go back to the final judgment? They're not supposed to be doing none of that stuff. The Constitution, they're not supposed to be doing none of that stuff. Let's go to the Constitution real quick.
Okay, just before you do that, so issuing a lien against them,
yeah.
How does that actually get my property back? Because I need them to actually put the property back into my name. How do I get them to do that?
To enforce the lien, you have to remember our motto and what we say in this class. What's a claim? The claim is not the lien, but the lien is the claim. They go together. So what you can do is to enforce this lien, you have to give them a statement of claim because the claim goes along with the lien. In the statement of claim, it's going to be whatever you're claiming, right? And it sounds like you want the house back, so I'll claim back the house. You will put a reversion of estate in it and claim back your house. No one said you can't open up a file, and that's what you're doing. My mentor always told me this, that anytime you're fighting a snake, you grab the head of the snake first.
Mm-hmm.
So in law, what he was saying to me in law is that always be the plaintiff and never be the defendant.
Yes, the claimant.
Yes, always be the defendant, the plaintiff, never the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you enforce that lien by making a statement of claim. Put that statement of claim, file it in their courts and everything, and bring the case.
Okay. Now, I've already filled out an application form to get to actually get this particular judgment overturned. So if I do this lien as well, are you saying? I mean, I'm thinking that maybe I might just be interrupting this process
of the overturning.
Yes.
Well, maybe not, but there's still something there that if they say no, because remember you were telling me that they have their buddies and stuff, and I believe you because they're criminals. And to save you from, to protect you from people who are criminals, you have something like this put out in the meantime.
Yeah, because I've got other assets that they got their sights on now as well.
They have other okay, that's what they're after. Yes, because you said that. Yeah, because they're trying to put more charge on you and all that. Mm-hmm. Right. How it feels. Of course. That's something that good. I see all too much. Okay, they're trying to milk you. Mm-hmm. So many ways. It's we can sit here all day and I can list them all for you, and you, wow, you're right, Cameron. They are criminals. That's just the layman's version of it in terms. Well, who are they? Well, they're criminals. Yeah. So they've come up with every way to come and drain you of your energies that you put in. Because I know you didn't take you 5 minutes to buy a house. No, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, and they're going to try and take it away in that time frame. Mm-hmm. Right? The time you invested your time to go and get that house, they're taking it away in less than that.
Well, they're using like 2-3 months to take away something I've had for 22 years.
Exactly.
Okay. Point of interest, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, what race of people who take in your house, and also the people who are dealing with in the courts? That's the
Okay, so both sides, my side and their side, is Caucasian. They're Europeans, and the person that has put the claim against me to take my house, she's one of us, but a greedy one of us.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, she knows that she's not entitled to it. I don't even understand how she's even got a conscience to do something like that. But somebody's told her that they can get it for her, and she doesn't care that the fact that I am a fellow melanated person. She just wants what she wants.
Yeah. Well, that's an ongoing story with our people. So.
Point of interest.
Yes, go ahead.
She wasn't a Moor, Bev Thomas. She wasn't a Moor at first. Couldn't she have notified them that she has now coming into our identity? Cameron.
She could, if she understood that.
Oh, and shouldn't she have directed the questions regarding whose authority of the judge to make that decision?
Well, that's what the judicial review has done, because it actually does state in the rebuttal of the judgment, it does state that he had no jurisdiction because it was over a will. She has no jurisdiction. He has no jurisdiction over a private arrangement. But he's ignored that. Well, in fact, he didn't even respond to me. I said to him that if you don't respond within 28 days, then my calling your judgment void, a void order is what I issued, that's tacit acquiescence then, if you're silent.
Yeah,
but the whole thing he's ignored.
To the international court with written mandamus, and then
right. So that's another thing. But again, I wrote to all the levels of courts, including the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court are the only ones that wrote back to me, and all they said was, "We're really sorry about your situation. It does seem unfair. However, we are unable to get involved with private matters, which our courts, the Royal Courts of Justice, should deal with."
Okay, so that means you've left it in the private, so it needs to go into the public.
No, it's the public I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but the Supreme Court have written to you and said it's private.
Private matter. That's what they say.
Something's done a miss somewhere.
What do you mean?
Because it's still in the private, not in the public.
But they took me to court, so how is that in the private?
Well, the Supreme. I'm only going by what you said. If they've written to you and said it's private, there's something.
No. What they're saying is that as the Supreme Court, they cannot get involved with private matters. In other words, it was a civil matter. That's really what they should have said. They should have used the word civil. They cannot get involved with civil cases.
Mm-hmm.
Point of interest.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. That is true. They can't get involved with civil cases. Right. It's a civil suit, it wasn't brought to the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in the first place.
That's right, exactly. So that they're saying that they can't get involved now.
Yeah, like if you want to sue them, they're saying that you should have went the other way around by going to the Supreme Court first, getting a judgment from them, and then going to sue them, because the judgment from the Supreme Court would have said that whatever they're doing is unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm. They
deal with the Constitution. And because they say that it's unconstitutional, you would have an order for an unconstitutional move that they're doing, and then you would sue them.
But you couldn't do that because she didn't use her national name. So she introduced her national name within the documentation. Surely.
Yeah, but we're halfway through the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it can be changed.
But also remember, the judgment's already been made in January. So I'm now just trying to overturn it.
Yeah, your overturn is something. It's kind of what you're calling an appeal. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they said I've run out of time for an appeal, but the judge told me I couldn't appeal anyway. So I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that's probably right, because that's after a month and some time, right? So of course.
No, but he told me on the day that he made the judgment that he asked me if I wanted to appeal. I said yes. He said, well, you can't.
Yeah, but you're doing an overturn, which is pretty much.
Yeah, that's later. Yeah. So now I've gone to his colleagues and said I'd like them to have a look and to listen to the recording, so that they can see that what he did was incorrect, that he did not follow protocol. So that's what I'm waiting for. And I just think that if I introduce my nationality halfway through the case, when everything's already written in the original name, that it might just confuse things.
You can't get the constitutional backup then.
Not really. You can do it where you're you can do it where you're dealing with.
I had one.
All right. You can do it where you're you separated yourself and you're dealing with doing it for the estate, doing business for the estate.
Right. So you're saying that introduce the existence of the trustee, which is now me.
Yeah.
Introduce the existence of the trustee, but when I wrote asking for a writ of discovery to the solicitors, they said that they're not prepared to deal with the trust because the details of the trust was never part of the case, and they were never introduced as my representatives. So I can't do it now that the case is finished.
You got a point there. No, you do have a point there. You do have a point there because the case, if the house was in a trust prior to the case, then yes, you can use the case. But because it wasn't, then yes, they're right about that.
Right.
You know, and the case is technically almost over until that overturned decision comes back.
Exactly.
So, like I said, I would do a reversion of estate and file that as in part of the statement of claim. That
so reversion of estate. So even though I've got the legal team acting for me, you're saying separately I must do this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, separately do that and do a reversion of estate and rescind your signatures on all documents and everything. You know, because in order for them, because what they're doing is they're acting as trustees over your estate. And when you do a reversion of estate, you're firing them from being trustees of the estate.
So who's for them? Who?
All of them. Anybody who works for the attorneys, the police, the judges.
Yeah, but if I fire my current attorneys.
I did not hear you. You went to echo.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there. If I fire my current attorneys, it means that they're not going to represent me when the case comes up.
No, not them. Not them.
Who?
Not them. Whoever's going after the estate, the judge that made the decision and everything, they're acting as trustees over your estate.
Okay.
That's what they're doing. And you're firing them from being trustees over the estate because their decision over your estate was to take away property from you, and that's not beneficial. That's not because anybody acting as a trustee over anybody, that means you're in some sort of trust. That means they're claiming that you're in some sort of trust somewhere, and you're the beneficiary. Mm-hmm. So this doesn't sound like a benefit to me.
No.
I would do a reversion of estate saying, look, I get it. You guys were trustees over it. Because anybody who works in the position of a judge and makes a decision, they're in the position of being a trustee.
Okay, so when I do the reversion of estate, you're saying that I must file that in the courts?
Yes.
Okay. Reversion of estate and issue a lien with a statement of claim.
Yes, and take back
and rescind my signatures.
Correct.
Good. Okay, lovely. I'll do that tomorrow then. All right. Thank you very much for that. I think I've spent enough time on this personal case. So thank you very much for that. Thank you everybody else for listening and contributing. And I'll say good night for now.
Shane.
Thank you. I leave the floor.
Shane, no problem. Thank you for that, matriarch. Do a reversion of estate. Anytime you're going, and this goes for everybody, anytime you're going through a situation like that, where they're taking property from you or there's a contract that you didn't understand, I'll tell you this, 100% of all the contracts that are out in real time right now, they're not valid. And any of these contracts that they're trying to put you into, they will make you think it's valid. So always do a reversion of estate. Why? Because you may have nationalized yourself, but never taken control over the straw man itself. When you haven't taken full control of the straw man, then they're still acting as trustees over the straw man. Meaning what? How did I become inside their trust? Well, because you probably still have some of their instruments, like a license, a passport, things of that nature, a health card, all these kind of things that may put you in their jurisdiction and qualify you to be part of the global estate trust. Anytime they create those instruments for people in any country, those instruments are all connected to the global estate trust that the Vatican owns and the Queen. And all they did was create a trust indenture or a trust that made all attorneys and all people who are in the government trustees, public servants, trustees over the beneficiaries who have those documents, who have those instruments. A reversion of estate takes you out of that because you didn't know that's what happens when you become when you have their documents.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like no one who told you that a birth certificate puts you in their jurisdiction. Like we never knew that.
No.
Right? Like when I asked my mother, I said, "Did you know that, Mom, you put me in a jurisdiction for them?" And she goes, "I didn't know that. All I want it was the record for your birth. I just need it because I want to know, and we have one. And I assume that the birth certificate did that." When I told her it's a bond and everything, she said, "What? What do you mean it's a bond and they're trading it on the stock market? I thought it was just information saying that you exist." No, Mom, it's not that. It's a treasury bond that's they're selling and trading over the stock market. And she was dumbfounded because most people when they go get their license, they're like, "Well, I only got it to drive. I thought you needed because you needed to drive. I was told I need this license to drive," but not realizing that once you get that, then you're part of the global estate trust. And you've now said that you are a beneficiary of a giant world trust. And all of these people that are claiming to be police and all these lawyers and judges and all that stuff, they're supposed to be protecting your rights and giving you the benefits of the trust. But if you don't argue that or mention that this is not beneficial, and wait a second, aren't you guys the trustees? You know what? I don't like your service.
Leave it.
I thought you guys were good guys. I thought a trust means benefits. If I'm the beneficiary, I don't like the benefits of this one. So I want out. Reversion of estate takes you out.
What was it?
Yeah, sorry, Cam. Well, you know, when I did create this reversion of estate, am I making any claims or am I connecting it in any way with my nationality and with this particular case?
You can, or you don't have to, but it has to be done. So it's an action that reverts everything back to your estate and back to your power. It also makes sure that that's proof that you are knowledgeable of the signatures and any type of contracts that are out there that you never understood that are not fully disclosed to you. And every time you contact them, just like how you said you were looking for a writ of discovery or things in this nature, and they can't give you no information, that means they're not disclosing information. And because they're not disclosing information, you're now rescinding all contracts.
So rescinding all contracts, okay.
Because of non-disclosure. Right? Because no one told you whenever did they tell you that the birth certificate is a bond, a treasury bond that's being put on the stock market, right? When you were getting it, did it say it somewhere inside of the brochure or the application? No. So that's non-disclosure. That's something that falls right underneath non-disclosure because they didn't tell you they were doing that.
Right. So this is now going with my national papers.
You can put your national papers in it, depending on how you.
Well, because it's not being connected to the case, which is what I said. I didn't really want to confuse the two, because I'm sending this in separately. I'm saying that it's probably better then for me to actually use my national papers in this. The only question would be, which court do I send it to?
If I were you, because you already started the case with your estate and the way it is now, right? If I were you, I would continue doing it, but still do a reversion.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm going to do a reversion, but I'm not actually going to use this. I'm not using this. I'm not connecting it with the case. I'm doing this quite separately, aren't I? And using my national name.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can do that. Okay, all right. Please get on with the others, please.
All right. Good.
I just feel that I've taken up so much time. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Well, at least they weren't rushing it like they were rushing me, and me alone them have strength for.
Thank you. We're learning from you.
But it's all right.
Yeah.
They all love you, Willie. Don't worry about that.
Love for Willie. Trust me. All right. Let's see now. Thank you for that, matriarch. Mar, I see your hand up. Hope you didn't lose your train of thought.
Well, that's exactly what happened. Good afternoon, everyone, Matrix and everyone. Yes, my question was from way back concerning the COVID-19. And my question is, the document that you were showing, is it something that if we take it like, okay, let me put my case first. My daughter was doing the nursing course, and this is our last year, and she was not able to finish because in our last what you call it, like their work experience, because she did not take the vaccine. So she was not allowed in the hospital. Would that document that you were showing will be able to help her
get into the hospital? Yes.
Okay. So I just need to print it off and give it to her to take in, and she would have to get nationalized first.
Not necessarily. This is for everybody, nationals and unnationals, because this was a problem that was a global thing that was happening to everybody, right?
Because then she would have to send it to the school, and because it's the school that prevented her from going into the hospital, saying she has to take the vaccine.
That's right. So them getting this now, it would show them that they were committing or part of the crimes against humanity. It doesn't just say it in one country. This is a international document. So they would have to either change their course or change what they're doing and how they're doing things, or they could be up or subject to arrest.
But here in Canada, even this week, I still heard that they're saying that people who are not vaccinated by the 1st of September will lose their job.
Yeah.
So they're still enforcing the vaccine.
No, they're still enforcing their protocols and not letting the not letting Canadians know that this case was from this country, right? And because of that, I recognize that. I've seen that, because this case came out in January 15, and we're in May going into June, right? And I said, oh my God, they're really continuing, because they're. You ever meet somebody who's in Christianity or any faith, and you can't tell them nothing about it?
Nothing else.
Yeah, like you say, like, Jesus was, don't talk about my Savior and go in that, And I'm not saying it's a negative thing. What I'm saying is, on this planet, just like how there's people out there that love Christ and love Jesus as a savior and know that that's their savior, there's other people out there that know that the devil is their savior, and they have the same passion as the one who loves.
That's true. Okay, so that was my first question, and my second question is, I'm not sure, but I think one week I was not at home, but I was driving and I was listening to the call, and I think I heard someone said that they know how to reverse if a person has taken the vaccine. There's a way to reverse this vaccine or this jab, whatever you call it, to get it out of your system.
Yeah. There's ways to detox it and get it out of your system. And,
I would like to know because one little daughter was unruly. She was going on vacation and she went behind my back and took it. So I want to help her because even though she was listening to her friend, but she learned her lesson well. And in Jamaica, did you hear about the 8 teachers that died in 8 days, just falling and dying?
Oh, I didn't hear about that. No.
Yes. Even a principal just walking to her car, dropped dead. 2 got crippled first and died. So it was on the news, 8 teachers in 8 days. Because all the teachers there got their jab, right?
Yeah.
So that is one of the things that is happening. And there's a teacher that I know, and ever since she take it, she's not herself anymore. So I know it's no good. So I'm just going to have to fight. So if anyone want to post in the chat how to how to flush that from my daughter, I would appreciate it. Thanks for the time. Sorry that I go back to this, but it was past a long time, but my hand was up and was waiting.
No worries. Don't even apologize for that, because that's something very serious. And I know there's a lot of nobles here, including myself, that can give you that information. If there's anybody that wants to contribute any information, feel free.
Okay, one thing before I go, I want to also get Nationalise, and waiting to hear how to start, who to connect with, and everything like that, so that we can start doing that. I want to also get my children, but they are not able to be here. They are at work to listen to this also. But they're going to have to take my word and to get Nationalise. So that also is something I want to get connected with.
Okay.
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
I know of somebody who got an antidote for the jab, and this antidote came from Africa. So I can get your number and I pass the information on to the person. So just letting you know that.
Okay, I'll put an email, which is honor@gmail.com in the chat, and you can contact me through that system, or anyone else who have the antidote. Thank you very much. I yield.
If you look in the chat, you can also see that one of our nobles, Jocelyn, she said pine needle tea, and she's right about that, because I've studied that. The pine needle tea also helps with the detox. So thank you for that, Jocelyn.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Pine needle tea. That is correct. That is correct. All right. Let's see now. Abina, I see your hand up. The floor is yours. Thank you for that matriarch, by the way. Let's get your daughter right. Let's get her right. Abina, the floor is yours. I see your hand up, Abina. I hope you didn't lose your thought. Abina, you there? All right, we'll move on. I guess something going on with communication.
I'm trying to get back. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of doing something online. But anyways, responding to the COVID-19 discussion. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Noble. There is a group chat I found on Telegram, and it's called the Control Group. And they seem to have like a card and backed by like a letter saying that we're a part of a control group. You know how when you're doing an experiment, you have, you know, control group and you have the ones that are actually getting whatever it is that they're experimenting. So yeah, there's this, check it out, Telegram. It's called, I don't remember, but I did post it in the Telegram, our Telegram group. Oh Lord, I have to look to see which group that was I posted in, but it is in the Telegram group, and you have a series, even the different countries, and you can get that particular card because people are having even success there in Canada. Because I checked out a few posts from people who live in Canada, and they're getting around all the stumbling blocks that they would run into otherwise. And getting through the airports, traveling internationally. So, just sharing.
All right.
How are you?
All right, thank you for that, matriarch. All right. Those things will help. The tyranny that's going on the planet. The world thinks that they don't have a choice. A lot of people out there think that, oh, wow, I don't have a choice. When really you do have choices. You have multiple choices, so many out there. But you have to know that life does come with choices, and it comes with both polar, positive, and negative choices. Right? Write that down as a tip or as a note, that positive and negative. So thank you, matriarch, for that outlet right there, because that will work too. Right? We live in a world of multiverse, of multiple things and versions of it. So when I'm listening and I'm hearing the matriarch, I totally get it. All right. Thank you for that.
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to share a little information with the group. There's a doctor by the name of Dr. Russell Blaylock, and he has done extensive research into the vaccinations. Now, I'm going to post his document in the chat. It's quite an extensive document. But one of the things he pointed out in his document was about the fact of this whole thing to do with the vaccine lots. He says vaccines are manufactured in large batches called lots. What he discovered was that the vaccines are divided into over 20,000 lots, and that 1 out of every 200 of these batches is demonstrably deadly to anyone who receives a vaccine from that lot, which includes thousands of vaccine doses. He examined all manufactured vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, etc. He found that among every 200 batches of the vaccine from Pfizer and other makers, one batch of the 200 was found to be over 50 times more deadly than vaccine batches from other lots. I'll post that. It goes into a lot of other stuff, a lot of details, and I don't want to take up too much time. But that's Dr. Russell Blaylock and the COVID update. That is called.
Yeah.
Interesting read.
It sounds like an interesting read. That's a lot of chemicals. So when we say that the people are going through a World War III, which is the chemical war, the bio war, what they call it, the silent wars, quiet wars for silent weapons, or quiet wars for silent weapons, Executive Order 11490, right? The unum sanctum military ops or operations that they've been doing, psyopses that they keep continuing to do. These are the things that the people are going to bump into, just like what you're saying right here. And that's pretty good information to know what they're doing and informative to let people know what's going on in that and wake people up to the destruction of the people being attacked by the corporations through medicine.
Yeah, so it would explain why in some cases where some people have just dropped dead instantly almost after having taken it, and others are able to live relatively normal lives without too many symptoms. It's not the ones who have been given the less deadly vaccine. It's not that their lives are not at risk. It's just that it seems to me, based on what I'm reading in this document, is that there are some that are killed quickly and some that are killed slowly.
Yes. It depends on your immune system and where you domicile in the world. You could be from Britain and maybe not a lot of people might have died from Britain, you know, but in the islands or in Africa, thousands and maybe millions have died. You get what I mean? So they're still doing that also, you know?
Yeah.
They're putting the worst of the worst batches of the drug in you know, third world countries and all this kind of things. You know,
that's right. Because I was informed by a good friend of mine who studies deeply into this. He was telling me about a couple. The man was melanated and the female was Caucasian, and the man was given a different vaccine to the female. A different vaccine.
Oh shit! Even some of the countries that they have graphite in the vaccine.
Graphene oxide, yeah. Graphene oxide, yeah.
Right. So not all countries have the graphite stuff in it, but some countries do. You get what I mean? So it's like every company that's made a so-called vaccine has a different purpose for why they made their version of the vaccine. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And the graphite is the thing that the graphene oxide comes from. But the graphene oxide is on a very smaller level, much, much smaller. So when these particles get into the body, they destroy the system over a period of time.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to detoxify the body of it.
Well, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to make sure that it doesn't kill you. It may kill you today or it'll kill you tomorrow. Yeah. So when it kills you tomorrow, you don't think that it was that. And that's what they're doing.
Well, no, because what they go for is plausible deniability, that if someone dies a year or 2 years after, they can plausibly deny that they had any kind of hand in the person's death.
That's right. That's right. Okay. It's genocide. Why is it happening? Because of disorder. I'm going to turn your attention again to disorder. Which one is this one? This one's July. Turn your attention to your screens. And because of disorder and many others like this that are connected to what Anna von Reisinger put out with the Pope, the motu proprio called The Final Judgment and Civil Order, along with many other letters like this one, the Civil Order, through different times, all the way till this very moment. Okay? All of the companies, all of the things, all of the estates that are inside of the trust, what they did was, when they made all of those birth certificates and marriage certificates, because no one really talks about the marriage certificates, but marriage certificates kind of started this. When they started creating the marriage certificates, and fractionalizing them on the stock market. And it became too much. And all of those marriage certificates, and then they went to birth certificates, and then they went to like licenses and things of that nature to drive vehicles. They put all those people inside of the Global Estate Trust. And people who are first time coming to our class that don't know what nationality is all about, nationality is this. All of the people who have lived in any of the countries where the Queen or the Pope have jurisdiction over it. Like, you know, like how the Queen owns Canada and she's on their money, or the Queen is printing Trinidad's or Guyana's or Barbados money, or has a hand in any of their resources for whatever reason. Those are properties of the Global Estate Trust. And because of what happened back in 2014, they have to destroy the whole entire trust. The whole entire trust. So if you have a birth certificate from them or anything from them, that means you're part of their trust in some form. And if they're destroying the trust, and I don't want you to get this message mixed up. I don't want you to think that, I don't want you to get this message mixed up. But I want you to look at it like this, and I want you to answer honestly. And this is not to condone what they do, but they're going to make it lawful because it's property. For an example, and you can answer this in the chat. For an example, if you see me on top of a car and I have a bat in my hand and I'm smashing the windows, smashing in the headlights, the rear lights, smashing in the sides, you come on, you're like, Cameron, what are you doing? I said, leave me alone. And I keep continuing to do it. And you ask me, Cameron, whose car is this? I said, it's mine. Can I continue smashing the car? Yes or no?
So that's how to change it within.
Can I continue smashing the car?
Yes.
Go into zoom.us.
Who said that? Why you say yes?
Because it's supposed to be your car.
Where you can change your
yeah.
Now, if you're
you own the car.
I own the car.
May not want people to change their names, so you can
right? So I'm allowed to smash my own car, aren't I? Right?
That's right.
Well, that's what's going on with the people.
As long as it's in your name.
As long as it's in my name.
Yeah.
Right? I'm the owner. I'm the possessor. I got the keys in my back pocket. Right?
You have a right to do with your property.
Yeah. Even if I slash the tires and you see me puncture the tires, all you can say is, well, why?
He's getting crazy.
Yeah, that's all you can say is, wow, he must be crazy. Something's wrong with him. Like, that's about it. Right? He needs help. I hope he gets help, type of thing, right?
That's right. Call the doctor. You need help.
Exactly. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what's going on with the Global Estate Trust. The Global Estate Trust has all of the estates of the people on the planet inside the trust. And they have to destroy the trust. And it's their trust. Just like it's their car. They get to do what they want. But there's international tribunals happening trying to stop all of that, try to stop them from crashing or smashing up their car. But they keep going. Why? Because it's a fit NPR.
So, Cameron, don't you think then, since you bring that point up, don't you think then it's a possibility why they're taking houses, property from our people is because initially they got the property via their strawman name, right? And now they declare themselves as national or more or whatever. So now they're taking it back in a way so you don't know, have a clue why they're taking it back. And
No,
they
that's
don't
not
want
the
you to
reason.
know.
No, that's not the reason. It's when people, let's say you went to go get a mortgage for a house, right? Or if you went to go finance a house. What a lot of people don't know is that when you're signing that contract for the house, the contract you're signing is called a de-donus contract. De-donus. De-donus is Latin for the word gift. This is why they can claim that you gave them a gift, and they will list it on the as some of the evidence that's on the land registry, where the house is abandoned and you gave it to them as a gift. So all they need is just some fake signature that you might believe and get your house from you. All of the houses, it's called a de-donus contract, where you signed it, but didn't know that you also signed a de-donus contract, which means gift. So they put it in their trust as a gift.
Okay.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, got it.
Right? They didn't have to pay you for it because you gave it to them as a gift, and they just made whatever value of that property is, and they're making it look lawful because you signed to it. You didn't understand it, and it wasn't disclosed to you. This is why we're talking about the reversion of estate, because there's stuff in contracts that people don't know about. They didn't know that that's what's happening. So now that you're seeing what we've been talking about for years that they're going to do in the future is come and pretend that the house is, they need the house back. They can pull the foreclosure anytime because of that de-donus contract, or claim that you gave it to them as a gift and steal it that way. I've seen that all so often, too much to even count. And the Empress, Empress Bev that brought her case, when she was talking, like I swear to God, when everything she was saying, I'm hearing everybody's case, like all at the same time while she's talking, because it's the same repetitive thing, whether she's over on the island of London, or where I am in Canada, the United States, same thing. Right? If someone was to tell me that it happens in the islands, that wouldn't really surprise me. I was like, yeah, same thing, yeah. But it's not happening too much in the islands. It's mostly happening where we are, where you are, where Britain is.
So how can now, if one wants to purchase a property now, how do we go about it? Because we're still gonna have to go through them as a straw man to get the house. Like what's the best way to get a property when we don't have to go under them in terms of the straw man or their corporation? How?
You'd have to start learning about how to perform in private on a commercial angle, on the commercial side. So part of our class, which is not today, in part of our semester, we will talk about the private number called a CPN, which is a credit private number, right? It operates the same way as the same number you have, and you create that entity and start learning to use it to purchase or finance the things you need to finance. We'll talk about that as part of the curriculum in this month, this semester, to go talk about CPNs, QSIP numbers, how to create them, how to put them together, how to activate them, and everything. We'll go in depth about it, and it works everywhere. You're going to need to learn to know about it because part of it this semester, we're going to be talking about the banking system that's been put together and get you to be familiar with it. All right? Ashe. Cloud 9, I see your hand up. The floor is yours. I hope you didn't lose your train of thought either. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Greetings. I didn't. I was enjoying the conversation. My question is it's in response to what I think her name Deb said earlier in regards to like a consulate. Is it possible for you to start up a consulate without having I guess everyone in the consulate to be nationals?
That the consulate has to have 100% nationals in it. And it should be at least minimum 7 people.
Okay.
Minimum. If it's 3 and 4, get you some more.
How do you verify that a person is a national? Because how can you verify? Because what if everyone's familiar with a national and they're not, and we don't know that? How do we verify that person is a national to join your consulate?
If anyone claims to be a national, they should have a proclamation and a declaration. So you just request to see their declaration if they are a national. A true national would have made that claim and have their declaration and proclamation already on record for the record to let the record be seen out in the world. So you'd claim, you'd ask for to view or examine their declaration. If they have a national card, they just have a national card or something, that's also a way to say, yes, they have declared it. If they have the Quran, let's say they have the Quran, no national card, because they probably didn't get one yet or something, right?
Okay.
They have the Quran in their hand, and I'm talking about the Circle 7, not the Muhammad Quran, the Circle 7. That will say they nationalized also. If they just speak it, hey, I'm a national. Where'd you nationalize? They would tell you what temple or how they did it. If they're able to tell you how they did it, then you're good to go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they should tell you they did it in some form or another, right? If someone who was to ask me if I nationalized and they want to see paperwork and documents and all that stuff, I'll probably direct them to the courts in Canada because I stated mine in court, and it's for the record to let the record be shown. So it be shown and seen. There's multiple ways. Some put it on the newspaper, some just put it in the letter, some put it in an affidavit. It's just how you declare it. So you can ask for many of these things or processes that people might have done already to declare their nationality. All right.
Okay, so you should always verify that they are a national in order to, involve them in the consulate.
Yeah. Another reason why is because let's say you're in the consulate, right? And let's say you're putting the consulate together. You guys got the consulate, and a couple of people in there are not nationalized, right? Let's say the country that you're doing it in, right? They want to verify if this is a consulate. They have the right to ask questions too. Well, they're not really supposed to, because in the Constitution, they're not allowed to ask us any questions. Did you know that?
Read
they're not really allowed to ask any questions. But one thing I've experienced myself is that I remember I went to help a national, right? A melanated individual. And they said, "Can you help me, Cameron?" I said, "Yeah, I can help you. But because your property of the Vatican, I can't help you. You know, because you're not property in our nationality. You're not in our. You have a claim to be back in our pedigree, right? If I don't nationalize the people to help them, because the only way I can help you is to nationalize it and then help you with your case, right? Why? Because I'll have the people who own that property come at me, and they have done multiple times. Hey, you've helped so and so. I'm actually going through something right now with them, saying that I help certain nationals, and they wanted to find out if they're nationals and why I was able to help them. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It makes sense.
It does make sense. And to be honest, like I said, they're not really supposed to be asking me anything because they're not the land, they're not the true de jure government. And under the Constitution, they're not, the public servants are not supposed to be asking us any questions. All right, but I did answer, just for the record, to let the record show that everybody that I work with or do something for is because I nationalize them, and I'm allowed to do that. Nationalize you, and then help you, take you out of the jurisdiction of the Vatican in order to help you. So you may find that, and that should be in the consulate too. The consulate should be 100% nationals. You don't want the consulate to fall for any reason. And you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, you know, you got intruders or some kind of somebody they're being there to bust it up on purpose type of thing, or they're some kind of spy or cartels. We don't know, but you just don't want it to fall into a wrong jurisdiction where we can't operate no more. So stay in honor, everybody, and keep the consulates and all of your things in honor, and keep multiplying and creating community. I hope these classes help you create community and relationships. I yield.
I yield as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. David P.
Hi, point of interest. Greetings to all the nobles and the heirs and heiresses and so on. Just want to raise a couple points. Where you had asked I had found the lookup for security in Black's Law, which I had posted in the chat some time ago. So I could probably read that shortly. As it relates to the heiress and the consulate, she could refer to there's a document called the Vienna Convention for Consular Affairs, 1961. I think there's also one from 1963 that is supposed to indicate generally how consulates are supposed to behave in some ways. And yes, in some ways they can. Well, I know according to the Constitution, we're considered senators, and they don't really can't ask a question. But really, you really shouldn't. Just like think of it from the perspective of a consulate is kind of like an embassy. You really only want your own nationals there, really and truly. So if you look at it from that perspective, even if it's just from a security perspective, because you really want the people that are operating in a consulate should be competent, right? In terms of being jurists or in whatever manner that they are, and they really need to be thinking like a national in that respect, because I think most people would also have realized though that Moors nationals
prayer for
behave and
in
think in a particular way. So that's why I think what Cam was saying, Brother Cameron was saying that when you speak to the person, they almost bring themselves with they bring that presence with them. But if they brought nationality documents and so on, it would obviously it should have all witnesses. So the witnesses are the people who are also verifying, and they're putting their neck on the block to say this person is a national. So you could also follow up with the witnesses and see if they're nationalized as well, because what's he saying? According to Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 15, out of the most of 2 or 3, the matter shall be established. So they, as witnesses, are also putting themselves at risk, so to speak, because their word is their bond, and they are verifying under, like, I don't know, say the threat of perjury, if you want to call it, that the person that they are putting their seal on when they autograph it is a national. So you're actually holding 2 other people accountable for your behavior as well, because they're literally vouching for you for that thing. So when you put your documents on the public record and so on, you're also putting those other nationals. They're also saying that on the public record that they vouch for you as a national as well. So that's why I find it's difficult for other people to just imitate and so on, because they have to get 2 other nationals to vouch for them. So, 3s makes a triangle. A triangle is a very stable shape, and you do everything in 3s as well from that perspective. But you can repair the Vienna Convention of Consular Affairs. I think there is a document in the Noble Drew Ali archive. I'll see if I can find the link that lists like all of the additional documents that you should be aware of and on top of if you're going to start a consulate, and run it from that perspective. Because as you would realize, like what is happening with Brother Cam, once you say that you're that, then everybody is going to come to you for relief. So you got to be able to hold that weight, which is why it's good to have multiple people to hold the weight with you, because the people are under threat every day, and they're still 24 hours in a day, sort of, and you need all the help that you can get. Because I've spoken to a couple of other nobles in another jurisdiction, and I don't hear them anymore. Really, they're slammed every day, all day, with all of the different matters that they're dealing with on a regular basis. So you need the help, and you need to be on top of it, because nobody's coming with simple cases, really and truly. So that's just something to be aware of while you do what you do. Other than that, all of the 3 points were everybody brought were good. And it's good when people bring different matters to deal with. I understand why people are some people are a little bit peeved that the class isn't progressing, but when you have people with real world situation, this is a perfect time to take notes of any kind. Even if you don't really understand what the notes mean at this time, just take the notes. Later in the class, a lot of that stuff will get fleshed out. But you never know. Somebody else may have that particular issue. You can say, hey, look, this is how that other person was advised to deal with the situation. So at least you can help, even if you're just a conduit for the information to somebody else as well. So you kind of have to look at it if you're being your brother's or your sister's keeper. And I was called out on that recently by another noble. and so on, because they asked me about a particular document, and they said they called me out. Well, you said that we're supposed to be your brothers and sisters keeper. So I say, yeah. So I stepped up and I helped them on that level. And I think by the end of it, they got a lot of what they wanted sorted out as part of the discussion. And both of us, interestingly enough, both of us learned a lot from the process of me helping them out do a certain document that they needed help with. So, everything is a learning process. I may look like I know a lot, but I don't.
In
I
which
just study a lot,
movie
and I still don't know a lot.
there was a guy shooting and reciting the scripture.
Just take it as what it is, and so on. It takes time. It took me a year and a quarter so far to get where I am, and I still don't know anything from that perspective. So I just encourage all the nobles, especially welcome all of the new people. As Noble Cam suggested, write a lot. Prepare to write a lot. A lot of this is different. A lot of this is not what you've been used to, but at the same time, come empty the cup, as the in martial arts you would say. Whatever you have in your cup, empty it into another cup, and then fill this your old cup with new information, and then compare between two and get a new mixture. And throw out what isn't relevant, investigate, study, and check whether or not this is true in your experience. Right? Do your own investigations. And what I usually recommend, and I'll end with this, is that while you're doing all of this, you need to use 3 major skills: critical thinking, logic, and your 7 common senses. And your 7 common senses are sight, or touch, hearing, smell, sight, taste, and then your insight is intuition and insight. Those 7 common senses, especially at this time where everybody is attacking you in the mind, you definitely are going to need your intuition and your insight in order, along with the critical thinking and logic, and just study and ask for help as much as you can. And if push kind of shove, do the brothers keeper card. I'm sure most people would not want to help people if they were called out on that level. We need to help each other, no matter what the issue is, and so on. Anyway, I'll post again the meaning of security in the chat. And other than that, I'm okay, and I yield the floor.
Shay, thank you for that, Noble. All right. For those who are new to our class, a lot of people will ask, David, before you go, are you able to read the word security for us? I think you said you looked it up and you have it.
Yeah, I just posted it in the chat, but I'll read it anyway. It's from Black's Law, Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, revised. Page 1522. Security says protection, assurance, indemnification. The term is usually applied to an obligation, pledge, mortgage, deposit, lien, etc., given by a debtor in order to make sure the payment or performance of his debt by furnishing the creditor with a resource to be used in case of failure in the principal obligation. The name is also sometimes given to one who becomes surety or guarantor for another. And then there's some case law. So that's there's also personal security. Right, personal security, a person's legal and uninterrupted enjoyment of his life, his limbs, his body, his health, and his reputation. Evidences of debt. So there's that one, and then 2, evidences of debt which bind the person of the debtor, not the real property. And that's then there, public securities is also under security. Bonds, notes, certificates of indebtedness, and other negotiable or transferable instruments evidencing the public debt of a state or government. Right? Yeah.
Read that one. Back up. Read that one again.
Public securities. It says bonds, notes, certificates of indebtedness, and other negotiable or transferable instruments evidencing the public debt of a state or government. And then there are 2 more, 2 short ones. There's real security.
Let's go back to security.
Pardon?
Let's go back to security, because the reason why I had I want everyone to look up security was the fact that it says assurance.
Yes.
And that it's protection, right? The assurance, the indemnification, all of these things is making you the creditor.
Yes. Oh yeah. Right. Because and down here they also say that a lien, for example, is also known as a security encumbrance. And an encumbrance means that you created it's almost like you put a bear trap around the property or the whatever it is, the asset. And therefore, in order for somebody else to touch it, they have to be willing to lose a hand or a leg. So it's an encumbrance. It's almost like a hedge of thorns where they got to risk losing. They got to risk. They got to have what in business to call when an investment. You have to have skin in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I like how you said bear traps around the property, that if you're willing to come into the front door, you might lose a leg. You have to be willing to lose a leg, right? That's what a security does. And you owning and having security is that protection, that whoever's coming or trying to steal or take your properties, for whatever reason, they have to think, wait a second, are they competent? Because I might lose a foot. Oh, they're not competent of law? All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Lose no skin, right? And that's what they go around and choose and find those people who are not competent in law, competent in the game that's going on right now and been going on for some time.
Yeah. I think I was talking to another noble recently, and they were talking about liens, and they said that it's kind of like the difference between putting a lien in the public record, like on Scribd, and then maybe you put a lien through your courts here in your local jurisdiction, is that the lien on the public may take maybe 36, maybe 45 days to hit their credit, but the lien through the court hits their credit immediately. So it's like where they were in or maybe if they were in some kind of deal, all of a sudden it's like their credit is like at junk bond status instantaneously. So they then can't do business, so to speak. So it's like, I think where another noble was suggesting, in certain circumstances, if you suspect a company might not behave in good in honor, you send an intent to lien, and if they don't think that you're serious, you file the lien in the court, and then they will find probably tomorrow or whatever, when they go to start some new deal or go to bring in a container of whatever it is, they can't do it because their credit is crap. From Standard and Poor and Moody's and whoever else that lists their credit. And if you can't borrow money, then you can't do business. So that's when they know that you're serious, because they would probably never have known of somebody being able to, today I have good credit, tomorrow I have bad credit. And to have that happen to you instantaneously is like, that is unheard of. So sometimes that's what you have to do to let people know that you mean business. If you I want to do business with you, but sometimes you have to slap somebody with the Empire State Building to get them to take you seriously. I yield the floor.
Right now, you know why, right? Why we keep talking about liens. Why we keep talking about putting a debt on them. That's one of the reasons. Because the lien does take effect at certain periods of time. And they, just like David said, they may be going into a deal or something, trying to invest in something, and they're not able to do such or do so because the credit crashing, their own credit crashes also. So if their credit crashes, then they'll straighten up. I've seen that so much times right now, even in the cases that we're dealing with in real time right now, that when we have the liens against these other people, these entities, that they start crying, like literally start crying tears and, come on, man, like it doesn't have to go this way, but it is, So they're looking for little lambs to eat that don't know about this at all, don't know about nationality, don't know about the credit and how you are the creditor and how you can be a creditor too.
Yeah, and so on. Or actually, we're just thinking about the issue with the Empress, with the court. I don't know I'm not sure if it would help, but to some extent, even to I was thinking of it from the perspective of operating in parallel, to continue to do the case as a civil case from the estate perspective, but as the national, put liens against all of their businesses and all of their bonds, so that when they won't pay themselves at the end of the month, whoops, there's no money. So I mean, if you come into court, yeah, I mean, great. But if you can't service your debts because you have no credit, or you can't buy whatever it is, or whatever deal that they were in at that particular point goes belly up because we just got a report that your credit is dirt, right? So you're still operating as the estate in the court, but there's a lien that suddenly dropped on them privately, right? Because you do private administrative process beforehand, so it just another, it's like the national is a interested third party in the case and so on, and they're attacking them from some other angle. So it's not necessarily related to the case, but they're interested in doing business with them, and as a precaution, they dropped a lien on them, to do business. Is not necessarily related to the case, so to speak. So it was just an idea, so to speak, because you can fight them in parallel. one fights publicly and the other one fights privately. Public and private shall never mix. Anyway, that's the idea. I yield.
Thank you for that, Noble. All right, so security, very important to remember as a creditor or your trust is being creditors. Very, very valuable. Very, very valuable information and your mindset. Changing and creating credit instead of debt. Willie, I see your hand up.
Right. I just want to say, we have to understand that all these things are just a game, and the elites have learned how to play the game of hiding their asset, control everything or nothing in their name. And one of the problems that we as a people need to learn, whether people have, we will have an asset, a house or a car or valuable asset, piece of land, and then we go and we borrow against it. And before you know it, we cannot pay it, or we go and we max out our credit cards, and then we cannot pay it, and then we end up losing our possessions. So we need to stop play these games. If you can't buy it cash, sometimes must discipline ourselves and know that if you cannot buy it cash, it just mean that you cannot afford it. Don't put anything against, especially if you only have one home. Do not put any it's actually a lien you're putting against your home when you go out and you borrow money and you use your house as collateral. That is a terrible thing to do, because these are the games they play, because sometime along the way you may just run into difficulty and you cannot pay. What do you think is going to happen to that collateral? It's going to be lost. So we must stop playing the games of the elite and instead turn it around on them. So I don't, almost on a daily basis, I check my email. There are so many companies always offering me auto loans because I have good credit, or they're offering me all kind of loans. And especially, don't borrow money from the bank. Just use your home as equity and borrow from yourself, and they pretty it up, and then you now feel, I got a lot of equity, so let me use 20,000-30,000, but you don't know how you're gonna pay that back. It is foolhardy, and we as a people need to learn the game.
Ashe. Thank you for that, Noble.
Yeah, man.
Good wise words. Thank you so much.
Yes, I've had several people sometimes coming to me because I do rent out apartments, and they will come to me and they'll tell me, I had 3 houses, I had 4 houses, and they max out themselves with debt, and then they end up losing everything that they have to be coming to rent a one room, so we as a people, and I'm talking people who are up in age where it's very difficult to start from scratch when you're like in your freaking 60s. You can run those play those games with your finances when you are in your 20s and 30s. But once you begin to brush your 40s and 50s and 60s, it's basically game over. So don't do it. Don't do it.
Shit. Thank you for that note.
Just thought I would share. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, I want to thank you, Noble, because that is, I can't even lie. That's good information, and it's something that you should really consider when you're dealing with finances, right? So, and properties and stuff. This class will kind of give you, we'll kind of run down things like that in this semester of what to stay away from, just like what Willie's talking about with you shouldn't be using your house to do that. And credit cards too. Credit cards are really for just emergencies. Only for emergencies, but people use them as a way to live or eat off of them. You know what I mean? That's not proper either. So we'll definitely go through all of that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you allow me, one of the secret that I know that you can use if people want to be able to use that effectively in the system, use have an insurance policy like a universal life insurance policy. That policy you can put money on it, and then you can borrow from it, and you use the same policy as collateral. You can also use it to as collateral for any loan. So you can borrow from that accumulated cash value and use that as a means of you want to borrow some money, you can borrow from yourself. In that case, you don't always, it's never wise to borrow put money against your home. It's just I have to emphasize it because there are a lot of people who have done it and end up regretting it and end up being homeless.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned when I first started was that universal insurance policy, and you're right, it does do that. It does do that. And a lot of policies do that too. So that's something that you want to study too, about policies and how they work and what gives out the cash values right away. But thank you, Willie.
No worries.
Good information. Good information, because that is something I've done myself. I even done tax liens and different things that we'll talk about in this class that will help you fund your trust, that you don't have to use your house and all these kind of things as collateral like Willie says. But I want to turn your attention now. We didn't get through much of a class today. It was mostly just questions and things of that nature, and answering and hearing different testimonies and things of that. Today's class, which I will definitely continue tomorrow, its topic was to remind people, especially people who are new to the class, what is nationality about? I hear this question all so often, and it makes me wonder, does people really get it? What is nationality all about? When people ask me what nationality is all about, I try my best to give them the short and easy answer, what nationality is all about. But even in the short, easy answer, I've come to realize that the short, easy answer still doesn't answer it for them. Reasons why is because the people on a mass scale don't know the Earth history. They only know his story, but not her story. You know? And that's the part that kind of keeps people in the dark about a lot of things. Like in Britain, the people there in the Iberian Peninsula, well, most of the people there, they're educated to knowing that the Europeans that's their country, but leaving out the true culture of the owners of that country. For an example, King James I, and not the first, because he was Prince James at one point and then became King James. He owned the Buckingham Palace, and he was a Moor. But it's rare that they get that information even in Britain. So because of that, it makes even the people, our melanated people that lives in Britain or Europe for that matter, to not know or really get in touch with the royal parts of them, being us, being the original Europeans. Sure, today you see it everywhere where Europeans is just taking It's their thing now, and we call it Europe, and we associate the pale skin, melanated, pale skin with the Europe tag. When prior to 1492, the Gregorian calendar, we were the original Europeans. Everything on this planet, when it comes to the world history, starts with us. You can go to Turkey, Istanbul, Turkey, and you see the culture starts with us. You can go to China and look at their beginnings, and you'll see that it starts with us. You can go to India, even India, and you'll see that their history starts with us. Starts with us. How many people here know that the world started with us? Is it something you just heard now? Or is it something that you've always known, felt in your DNA, that the world started with us? If you knew that the world started with us, would it make things better in your vision? Would you see the problems and the remedies at the same time? Because if it started with you, that means the whole house is yours, right? That means the whole house is yours. Now let me ask you something. If the whole house is yours and you fell asleep on the couch,
look at that shit, bro. They're all in there. The cops ain't doing shit.
Can people rearrange your furniture in your house? Can people put up new wallpaper inside of your bathroom? Or change the position of the bed from the position you had it? It started from you. The mothers and fathers of human family on this planet. I'm going to turn your attention to your screen, because one thing I realize is that we try to fix things generation after generation after generation after generation, but it's not working. And I realize why that's not working. When I realized why it's not working, and I worked it for myself, I had to do it for myself first. I realized that we have been violating the constitutional laws and especially the treaties for so many generations and not been disclosed on the proper history here. When I went to school, the history that they told me was that the Europeans were fighting over Montreal and places like Louisiana and all these things. The Europeans were doing the fighting. I didn't see, they weren't telling me about any history of our people doing any fighting. Not one lick, not one drop. Just them fighting amongst themselves, whether it's French fighting English or for English fighting Russians or whatever have you. It wasn't until I got this information, and when I got this information, this is the first thing that I started to learn. Does everybody know who this is on your screen? Everybody know who this is? Who is this that you're looking at? Who is this? Who is this? John Hanson.
President John Hanson.
Yes. For those who don't know the history of John Hanson, he's the very first president for United States America Major. United States America Major. If you're taking down notes, John Hanson, the first president of the United States Major. I want you to write in the chat, what year did you find out that this was the first president? What year did you find out? Because I know you didn't know that.
Sure that.
I know you didn't know this.
Sure that.
Come on now. Be honest with yourselves. Look at that. Look what I'm seeing right here. Some said today. Some said today.
Sure
some said last year, 21.
Sure
last week. Okay. Last week. Patrick, I see your hand up. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
I'm blown away. Last week.
Last week. You found out.
And I can't sit tight wondering how this could be, and it's hidden till today. Nobody ever mentioned it in social media or anywhere that this gentleman was our first president. It's amazing. You know, Cameron, what I have found out, and it's been proven through my interaction with the others, is that we are being used as a type of prop to prop up themselves, to, you know, whatever the value will be, shown, they don't give us that credit. They use that value, whatever it is that we have invented, to prop themselves up, like all the inventions that our people made. Yep. Nobody comes loud and clear to declare that this is what these people have invented. They carefully hide it under themselves, and it's Bell telephone system or whatever, a whole lot of other things that our people have invented, and they don't open the amount to declare it. So yes, just last week I heard that John Hanson Moore was our first president of the United States Major, for that matter.
That's right. Right? My mother, she didn't know that. She brought in a picture. I remember one day I went to my mother's house, and she's like, "Look at this picture of our new president, our first Black president." And I was like, "Mom, I don't know. I want to bring you some sad news. I don't want to break your joy up, but you know what? I'll leave it alone." And I left it alone. You know, I left it alone. I let her have it because it was joyful to experience something in history that's ours. This is on your screen that you're looking at is the $2 bill of the United States. I have this actual $2 bill, and in this is also a picture or a mural, a big painting, a big famous painting. And as you can see, that green circle is what is someone is indicating that is John Hanson at the meeting of the constitutions and the treaties on the $2 bill. These are things that it's not really hidden. It's just we're getting our teachings from the victor, the one who won the wars, you know, and that's the problem. It's not a problem in a negative way because it did teach me, it showed me to look further than just around the bend. It made me see things and look for things and see it from a sky view. Where we are the owners of the entire planet. And when it came to the law part, when I found out if that's our first president, that means we had to have conducted law some kind of way. Because you can't have a president without a government. You can't have a president without some sort of law in place. So that's what made me search and look and to see that we are the original ancient American Moroccan Empire.
Like fill in the blank, so it says
here,
hardworking,
all over the planet,
like that. Like
and that the power of us is greater than most people can even imagine.
To put a skill and then another skill.
There's days, there's nights I wake up in the middle of the night, can't sleep at night because of how powerful we are. Knowing how powerful were, when, whatever.
And take these things because they know how to.
When I saw this flag,
a sentence and Google it and cover it up.
Let me see if it's going to show you. No.
Copy and paste some.
When I saw the Moroccan flag,
it doesn't matter. They can know. So
I didn't know that it was associated to the United States because they call that
you want to know what
star
task a skill
with stripes on it. A flag.
This means general labor.
I'm here to tell you, if you don't have it in your notes, that it's not a flag. And that all of these countries around the world only have banners.
Make your thing that with a cover letter that says you're just
only have banners
to get the experience.
Why?
You really don't want to lie on your resume. You don't have much.
Why do they only have banners?
You never worked before.
And not flags. But tell you that they have flags.
You don't have no experience. So just telling them you're seeking.
Well, the reason is because
you're seeking
only corporations can have a banner.
Seeking to acquire
corporations cannot have a flag.
The chance to
corporations only have banners.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because it makes sense to go lie and say you have the skills.
When you're looking at
unless you want to say you have people skills, you have good communication skills.
When you're looking at
people skill, how to get
the United States dollar,
it lets you write it. So I'm gonna. Okay.
You're looking at the symbol that John Hanson, the same gentleman that I just showed you, the first president of the United States, Major. He's the one who created this symbol that you see me speak from
with people
all the time, which you're seeing on the left-hand side. It's called the Great Seal of the United States Moors, or the Moorish Seal, the Great Seal of the Moors.
Alright, so let's put that here in.
You've probably seen it so many times, especially on the $1 bill. For those who are new to the class,
as I say,
long time ago, in the 17th century, 16th century, we already had presidents. As a matter of fact, in the 16th century, we decided not to do royalty anymore because the people were getting upset that they had to be under one person and to have people go to this one person like a king or a queen.
To learn as
much as you can. They were tired of that.
So
they knew and they came to the realization and the consciousness that we didn't need to have a king or a queen to help us with anything, that every living thing, or every, I should say, man or woman on the planet should be able to govern their own households and come together collectively and govern the community.
You're seeking an opportunity
makes
to
sense?
Acquire experience.
Of course it makes sense, because many of you are from the islands and you did this already. You govern with community, the relationships. I watch your house, you watch my house. You watch my children, I watch your children. Your children do wrong, I might spank them and then give them on to you, and you do the rest of the spanking. That always been what we've always known to be family and community. Now that's love. If you said that there was no unity in us, you would lie, because that still goes on today.
Valuable experience with
that same love
company.
Yeah.
Of, you know, that saying,
and that
it takes a community to raise a child.
Learn and adapt.
That principle or that saying is got to be on your t-shirts. It's got to be in your notes. You got to start performing that. Ever since you've left the islands and come to foreign, some of you have gotten really bougie and don't really believe in that principle no more of I am my brother's keeper, or
disposition.
You know, it takes a village to raise.
Okay, so this is what I have.
You've forgotten it.
An opportunity to acquire.
Now you don't say good day no more when you're in foreign. You've taken on these foreign ways and don't respect your own no more. Don't even love your own. Dividing yourself and being a crab in a bucket amongst your own people. Those times are now dying.
And I am teachable, prepared.
That mentality is childish. And it's not necessary, especially in the world or on the planet of abundance.
Challenges there are.
Throw those childish things away and be the man and the woman you were meant to be. Hold your head up very high.
I am seeking an opportunity to acquire value
and exercise the nobility that's in you and already established in the world.
Not teachable, prepared to learn.
We went to sleep for a little bit.
Prepared to learn.
I am teachable,
but we didn't die.
I am prepared to learn.
Big difference. Because you have the opportunity and is and are waking up. So what you're seeing on your screen is the major and the minor. In order for us to build our economics and put our communities back together, you have to understand jurisdiction. Jurisdiction. And we're not talking about distance.
And I'm teachable and prepared to learn.
We're talking about jurisdiction, which could be literally right over there. Or over there. Or right here. Jurisdiction. Could travel anywhere. Jurisdiction.
Situation or
jurisdiction. I won't stop telling you about that because most of this semester is 99, 100, 100% about jurisdiction.
Challenges.
One of the things that's been holding back our business economic structures in this world is the very, very fact that every time you and I register our babies, our businesses, even that house, the car, and these things, we seem to lose money.
I'm seeking an opportunity.
We seem to lose property. Look, listen to what we were talking about today for most of the class. People losing properties. People losing jurisdiction and not feeling free like they're supposed to be.
Do I put full stop?
United States major.
I embrace challenges.
United States minor. When they came in the 17th, 16th century, 16th, 17th century,
that you're seeking the experience.
We were able to give them jurisdiction to do business here internationally.
Challenges that might come, and your
jurisdiction only to perform their business, just like when you are anywhere else in the world, and you can see other countries that perform and exercise business in that country.
You would highly
country within a country.
The chance to
100% of all countries around the world operate under country within a country.
You can just add that to it.
Nation within a nation.
I remember because I never did listen.
If you're taking down notes, I want you to put down for the left side under the seal.
I would appreciate
de jure government.
I would appreciate if you
not a corporation nation, but a de jure nation.
If you can,
there's a big difference. People are very confused, and because of that confusion, they're left and they are subject to taxes, subject to land, and even their own liberties taken from them.
Would grant me that noble opportunity.
When we had the war with them back in the 1700s, because we let them come here to do what they're doing. Instead of
appreciate it if I'm given that opportunity.
Leaving our continent and our country, they stayed and signed up all of the black people, the Negroes, to make them subscribe to Negro. We are the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Hittites that you read about in your Bible.
When giving this
go back to that and read about the Moabites, read about the Canaanites.
Look here, you have to write fast.
Our struggle.
Write with a pen.
Research them further past the Bible.
So you have to grab it.
I would appreciate it if
research further past the Bible.
If given
we
the opportunity
owned
to
and ran
my
the business structure, the economics on a global scale, not just a country thing, but on a global scale.
Okay, maybe I'll ask you another one.
The United States wanted to do the same thing. What Britain did and the Vatican was use United States as a military instead, military service instead, to take over and colonize all of the countries in the world. They also used what you're calling police.
I'm seeking an opportunity to acquire some value from some valuable experience.
The gangs of New York.
Organization. And
if you're studying
teachable
and you're new to the class also, I want you to put that in your notes. The gangs of New York.
I embrace challenges. I would appreciate
that is history on the policy enforcers
you can give me
that you're calling police. The very fact that when we went to war with them, it was a mercenary war, and they were sent. And you have now today's police after the mercenary war that we've had with them, which kind of continues today, even to this very minute, but on a dying end of things. Because it is dying. Colonialism is an old idea.
And I'm teachable.
It really is.
Prepared to learn,
adapt to any. It's like getting beaten
I embrace
for so many years, and you're like,
appreciate it.
They're gonna beat you. They do.
Give me.
It didn't hurt more yesterday. It's not gonna hurt now. So it's old idea. It's an old theory. It's just taking its toll. It's had its run. It's got its awards for running, and it's tired.
Okay.
It's actually retiring. This is why you've heard me in class multiple times say that we live in the greatest time ever in human history, because colonialism is just an old idea, and it's an old man that's ready to take the couch, kick its feet up, and just die. That's not us, though. We're not an old idea. We're not. This is why they gave you the President Biden. I don't know if you ever noticed that. That they showing you about Biden, and Biden is old,
inexperienced,
just like this idea of colonialism.
This is what,
and you didn't notice that they're showing you a symbol of colonialism dying.
Mention say you work with your father.
They didn't show you. You didn't see the symbolism when they put Biden in place.
Want to address
that this thing's just old and dying. And he's probably one of the oldest presidents to date. And you guys is like, oh, but you're not seeing it. And what its purpose is on a multiple level. Why did they put him there?
Wait, I can say that.
Why did they put him there? Why do people still say that Trump is even the president? Did you know that? Did you know that people still think Trump is the president? Right? What do I say?
Employer.
He is the president still. And that the United States has been dissolved and only exists in name at this time from so long ago.
239
239
0269.
We owned
69
Ontario Inc.
All of it. We gave them the treaties.
What happens if they search it up
to function?
And it
what you're experiencing from generation after generation after generation after generation after generation and calling it racism.
Put a dot after that?
It is not racism.
Ontario Incorporated. Let's put Incorporated.
What it is since 1860, after the war that we've had, done the mercenary war, we haven't built ourselves back up.
2390265.
We tried building back ourselves up back in the 1900s.
All like Ontario full.
We did take and subscribe to calling ourselves Negroes. Calling ourselves Negroes or Indian.
Sorry.
How many people here, and you can put it in the chat, refer to themselves as West Indian?
My teacher. Like I put.
How many people here refer to themselves as West Indian? Don't be shy. Come on, we're family. We're supposed to talk.
He like overlooked me because
we're kin.
Guys that have a strong grip like this. But then he
how many people here subscribe to say
by the way,
West Indian?
Send you on, especially Jordan, go to get some lessons or do it or get
97 people
online. By the way,
everybody knows that they said something different.
Martial art.
What?
Self-defense techniques.
Never did. Okay.
Look on YouTube if you have
West Indian.
I
how many people believe they're West Indian?
It's on it. Like Jordan, I forgot to learn it because
okay. All right. Okay. Maybe not West Indian. How about Caribbean? Caribbean.
They have that downtown.
We now take our next one, so but you can do it free online. You must have some. Look at it.
Can anybody here tell me what Caribbean means? Is there a land somewhere named Carib for you to have Caribbeans? Which island is called Carib? Maybe I must have missed something. My mother's Jamaican, and I asked her this question. I said, "Where's Carib?" She goes, "What are you asking me for?" I said, "Because I want to know what Carib is." She goes, "Well, what is Carib?" I said, "But you tell me. You guys come from the Caribbean. You guys know about Caribbeans." She was, "Leave me alone. You're always bothering me. You always bring me some foolishness about Caribbean. What kind of trick question is this?" It's not a trick question. I just want to know, Mom. Where's Carib? Can anybody tell me where Carib is?
And she never even tell us. What was happening?
Anybody direct me to where that is?
I said she had to work. I mean, I know.
Well, no, well, it wasn't so much the place called Carib.
No, the police brought
it. It was called that because of the Caribs, the people who were here at the time of the European invasions. They called these people who called themselves the Caradua. They were actually called the Caribs. So hence we have the history of the the Arawaks and the Caribs, right? So that's where the name Caribbean really came from.
That's the bulldog.
Okay.
Biker people.
Yeah, you're saying that
Point of
Trump
interest?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, apparently, well, the Caribs were
Oh, you say
really
you record it. I'm gonna see it.
our
phone?
No, wait.
a tribe of Arawaks,
Oh, I'm gonna see it.
who are also
my
known as the
phone camera's
Kalinago,
destroyed.
and because of a practice that they used to do whenever
city,
they went into
okay,
fights,
city for
they might take portions of their enemies, so on, to give them strength. So they were accused of being a cannibal,
city,
and so on. So that's where the idea of Carib came from,
title, employer,
and so on. But the Arawaks and those people, the Tainos and all of that, are really derivatives. They're descendants of the Olmecs, or the Olmec Mali, who are really Malians as well. So, and, the descendants of the Olmecs are now in Mexico or the Ouachitas.
Now
I yield the floor.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
All in caps.
All right. So those who are studying what David P has mentioned is absolutely true. Because when I studied what Carib means, I was led to that same study that it really meant ones who were cannibals. Cannibals.
I'm gonna start selling to it.
Anybody in your family a cannibal?
Let's put 2 years.
You have cannibals in your family?
No, about 3 years.
But I already had the
right. Cannibal C.
Like
Caribbean Sea, Cannibal Sea.
Says I don't work. The whole summary says I don't work.
We have to do
all right. So that's where it came from.
She'll say I have some experience.
Thank you, Noble.
Okay.
That's where it came from.
That will help.
Okay.
All right. It's another word to say cannibal. Cannibals.
So I could say I started in 2020.
Right. So that's not you. That's not you at all.
Well, before.
None of y'all are cannibals, are you?
After, way after.
Or are you?
So
let's put. But let's put them. Let's put.
Let me see if you're cannibals.
At least 2 years.
Let me see if you're cannibals. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. How many people here?
Yeah, at least 2 years. That's true.
Know about.
Don't put a. To present.
Okay. How many people here? And this is to see if you're cannibals.
Okay. And I currently.
All right. Let me see. Let's see. How are we going to see if you're cannibals? Let me see how many cannibals. All right. How many people have been to church, whether it's Catholic or any type of session, and ate the body of Jesus and drunk the blood of Christ?
Drop off, load and unload, totes, strap down, secure the load.
That's called communion.
It says
that's right, Charles. There you go, Charles. Communion.
Repetitive assembly tasks with.
How many people here have done communion?
Power tools and automatic equipment.
Yeah, so the power tool.
How many people here have done communion? Be honest. You guys afraid to talk now?
Sorry.
Yeah.
If God was in front of you and told you, why were you doing communion and eating my son's body and drinking his blood? Why were you doing that? What would your answer be?
Another one, like I can add multiple. It says
if God came down right now and said, man, why are you eating my son? Why are you keep representing things that have to do with eating my son and hanging my son on a cross and all this stuff? Why are you doing that?
Items on rack shelves or in bins.
Would you like that someone doing that to you?
On the ground.
Let's see. Operated, participated in companies.
How many people here have a son?
Skills and boost.
Would you like your son?
Not really.
Okay.
And people doing that
drills and
calling that a connection
fabrication for assembly.
Well,
let's see. Use.
How many people here know where they got that from?
Loaded and unloaded.
And this is not to poke at nobody. We've all done it. I've done baptism. I've been baptized in the blood.
Shipments keeping products.
But I didn't know that that's not what we were talking about here.
Huh?
It says loaded and unloaded.
How many people here know where they got it from?
Shipments keeping products organized and secure to prevent damage. And
yes, you do all of that with it towards them.
No.
So I have 3 points here. Okay. Let's see. Skills. Do I have anything for skills? Yeah.
All right, we'll stick a pin in that.
Okay, so summary. You said I need to oh, okay. Dedicated. So this one.
I want you to look up Vlad the Impaler, the third king of Romania.
Dedicated general laborer experienced in packing, shipping, and organizing warehouse orders and items. Flexible individual willing to take on all tasks and projects to assist team. Consistently delivers broad scope, superior, and reliable duties with
the Impaler.
You never put everything where them are. So just put your part.
Okay, reliable general laborer. Oh crap.
And this is not to poke fun at nobody.
Reliable general laborer offering consistent.
We've been indoctrinated
quality in projects
in such a weird way.
Teamwork skills and complete.
Christianity is 100% is our religion. That's for sure. There's no question about that.
I think that one's good.
I'm not even arguing about that. I'm not even bringing that as a discussion. But there's parts of it that we're doing that have Vlad the Impaler involvement.
Okay, I have one. Okay.
Go ahead. What? All right. Vlad the Impaler. I want you to look him up. He was the Romanian king, the third king for Romania. Right? And just like Jesus or Yahweh or Jesus exists, because he did exist, right? So did Vlad the Impaler. I'm going to turn your attention to your screens for those who are just taking down notes, or I mean, don't have any notes taking down. This is Vlad the Impaler.
Just think of what you did when you were working with me.
Vlad,
you drive the car,
commonly known as Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracula.
I mean, you attach the
so
trailer.
We're talking about Dracula.
You help to pack on the torch. You secure
the ritual
it
that we do in the church with the eating of the bread
so you
and the
strap
body,
it down to secure
that
the
came
load.
from
When you reach
Vlad the Impaler. Because that was one of his rituals before he ate
and you deliver
human life
without
or drank the blood of people,
and
especially children.
Like circle check to make
back
sure
in Romania.
That lights are working, etc. With all of those things, it seems like you have some experience.
This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actual history.
So go and flesh
because
that
I actually
out.
confirmed it with actual people from the country of Romania.
We do when we go pick up totes. From the backing up the
I've spoken to multiple people
attach it to the trailer, make sure
finish
the
my
lights
research.
Are working.
The only thing I haven't done is actually gone to Romania because of the kind of research that I found and seen what the overstood
or whatever
what the Romanian people what they see and what they knew or know about their own history.
Fit that in. That is very important that you put some kind of work.
From what I understand is that Vlad was somebody who drank human blood and was a vampire
when you were working on the trailer.
Not from this planet, but still the ruler of Romania. For those who are new to the class, I don't mean to spook you or any kind of way, but it's part of the history on this planet. And it also goes along with how come we lost Europe back in 1492. When we lost Europe back in 1492, because we used to own Europe, the reason why we lost it, or one of the reasons why we lost it, is because these entities became reality. Sure, you've seen it in movies, Yep, you probably seen it in the movie. You probably watched one of those Dracula movies or Count Dracula drinking blood and hypnotizing people and all that kind of stuff. But never really asked, where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? Why are they making up all these things that a man or woman they turn to a bat, a wolf, and drink human life? I'm not going to go into depth about him and where he came from, but he was one of the reasons why we lost Europe. When we lost Europe in 1492, a lot of these entities came over here. They'll disguise it as Columbus and the discovery of Columbus and all these kind of things, when we're really at war with the hybrided Neanderthals, that some of them, not all of them, some of them absolutely 100% know how to shapeshift into what they call reptilians, or in the Bible, the fallen angels. The Bible, the fallen angels. When in the Bible, when you read that the angels fell to earth, what do you think they turned into? Think about that. When the angels fell, the evil ones, they said, what do you think they turned into?
Demons.
Demons. Yeah. Demonic entities and things that you pee your pants if they shapeshift in front of you. Just like what Putin did. There's a report that I bumped into. Putin, in one of his interviews, said that when he met the Queen of England, she shapeshifted into so many people, including a reptile with fangs, that he said he does not want to meet her ever again.
That's funny.
Yeah, Diana did say that as well. Diana did say that she saw the queen ship shape or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
That's right. So we're not here alone. Okay? And when Christians and Muslims and everybody says the devil's here, well, yes. Those demons that fell out of the sky, they became these things, these shapeshifters, reptilians, etc., and they've been a portion of the governments in the world all around.
Mm-hmm. And if I may just say, Jesus spent a lot of time casting them out of human beings. They were occupiers of human beings. Remember that?
That's right. That's called what we call today cloning.
Okay.
That's what we call today cloning.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Jesus had a rough time trying to get rid of these entities out of our families. Mm-hmm. And he spent that time going around the world teaching how to get rid of them. Mm-hmm. Right? How to identify them and how to identify yourself as a power on this planet more than they are. As a power on this planet more than they are. Because he said, what I am, you are too. So he was trying to hype us up to get us to do exactly what he does too, but recognize that we're not alone. That's one thing that has been put in the back burner for a long time. And for generations and generations, it's never been seen because we don't talk about it. When you hear Europeans talk about UFOs and all that stuff, you're like, ha, 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 ha. You got to see UFOs, but you've never heard any melanated people talk about being abducted by any UFOs. You ever ask yourself how come that's going on like that? That Europeans is being abducted all the time, but not you?
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to this was not the question, but I'm the answer that I was coming to give, but I'm going to jump into this part also. When it comes to demons activity, it is a spirit. It's like, as Christian says, they have the Holy Spirit in them. Demons also come as a spirit and occupy your body. And they always need a body to be occupied in order for them to act out whatever they want to happen on this earth. Now, what happened is, when they enter a person, it is called an access. So you're living a life that is not pleasing unto God. And so that gives them open door and access to your life and also to your body. So in a case where a person is demon, you have different kind. Demon possessed, which is the ungodly, and demon oppressed, which is Christians that can be oppressed by demons. Now, demons from days gone by, in olden days, when Noah had to build the ark and the earth had to be cleansed, was because they were having intercourse with human beings. And in today's day, it is happening again. As the Bible says, as it was in Noah, so shall it also be. So what is happening? There are people telling story of they meeting strange people that look like real people and take them home or go to hotel with them. And when they go to hotel with them, they say, where are you from? They say, down under, which is under the ocean, where there's an entity there, principalities that gives power to people on this earth. So daily we are walking against some of these people that are demon possessed, demons oppressed, and we don't even realize it because it's hidden in the human body. So that's where demon spirit come from. Then I will go to the part that I came to talk about was in St. John 6, verse 51, going down to 58. It tells you why Christian takes the communion. It says, if you don't mind, can I read it quickly?
Onto the trailer.
It says, this is the body which cometh down from heaven, that a man may eat thereof and not die. I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. Verse 52. The Jews therefore strove among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? Then Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, except ye eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, ye have no life in you. 54. Whosoever eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. 55. For my flesh is meat indeed, and my body is drink indeed. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. 57, and I'll stop there. 58, sorry. As the living Father had sent me, and I live by the Father, so he that eateth me, even he shall live by me. This is that bread which came down from heaven, not as your father did eat manna and are dead. He that eateth of this bread shall live forever. So I think that's where Christians get it from, to think in remembrance of Christ, the bread, and eat the bread and drink the wine in remembrance of what Christ has done on the cross to give his life. I yield.
Brief sentences.
Strap down totes.
So the Catholic Church adopted that, and when they were able to rewrite the Bible so many times that they have already anyway, they were able to put that into that Bible and insert it and make it look like that it was part of what Jesus wanted.
Check to make lights, to make sure
when you go to Romania, it's 100% part of their history that came from the Roman king Vlad the Impaler. and he was a vampire. They were learned that, just like how you learned about Santa Claus and all these kind of things, they learned that early in Romania, and I was shocked to know it. Because of that ritual right there, it went all over the planet, and in forms of, especially into the islands, where the islands eat a dish called blood pudding.
At the last point, I did do a circle check to make sure
Blood
totes
pudding.
are ready to go out for delivery.
Where it consists of a lot of blood.
Do a circle check to make
and the
sure
blood
totes,
eating.
Not to make sure the toad. Do a
These
circle
were
check to
all
make
vampire
sure
rituals
all
that they
lights
performed.
and the trailer are working.
Another part of the vampire rituals is the actual sprinkling of the water on anybody, whether it's a baby or a grown man or woman. Let's look at the word blessed or blessed.
Happy. And then
the
when
word
you
bless.
state what you're...
You want to look up the word bless in etymology, where the word comes from, and not the connotative definition that we use it today for. Bless.
Happy. Supposed to be happy.
People would probably say that'd be like bliss.
Yeah.
Point of interest.
I'm not giving you a
phone bless.
I want you to think about what you did and put them in small sentences. I just gave you a guide. Go and finish it.
The verb says bless. Old English, Bletzian or Bledsian, Northumbrian, Bloodsian, to consecrate by a religious rite, make holy, give thanks. From the Proto-Germanic bloodison, hallow with blood, mark with blood. From blotum, blood. Originally a blood sprinkling on pagan altars. This word was used in Old English Bibles to translate Latin benedicere and Greek eulogion, both of which have a ground sense of to speak well of or to praise, but were used in scripture to translate Hebrew birk, to bend, as in the knee, to worship, to praise, invoke blessings. There's nothing surprising in the semantic development of the word, denoting originally a special ritual act into the more generalized meanings to sacrifice, worship, bless. And he compares the Latin immolare, which dovetails into immolate. The meaning shifted in the Old English towards pronounce or make happy, prosperous, or fortunate by the resemblance to their unrelated bliss, which means invoke or pronounce God's blessing upon, is 14th century. Yeah.
Let's look at the word. It says to look at immolate or immolare, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at that word because it said to go see it, right?
Okay. Immolate as a verb is from 1540s to sacrifice, kill as a victim, from Latin immolatus, past participle of immolare, to sacrifice, originally to sprinkle with sacrificial meal, from assimilated from of in, into, in, on, upon, from the pi root in, and mola, which means salsa, means sacrificial meal, related to molere, or molere means to grind, which comes from mele, means to crush or grind, related to immolated and immolating. This is from Edamon Online. References.
Thank you for that, Noble. Yeah. So Is blessed a good word then? Is blessed a good word? Does it mean what you think it means? Because it's exactly what I said that Vlad the Impaler did, and the joke is what you read, Noble. Did you notice that's part of the history of what the Vlad the Impaler would do before he ate his meals? He'd put some barbecue sauce on it, like how we would put some sock.
Well, technically, when you put ketchup on things, you're stimulating the putting of blood on something. Because usually, when you put ketchup, is normally associated with meats, and usually those people or certain people usually prefer their meat. Like I will find, say, quote unquote, black people, when they eat their steaks, they eat them well done, like they're almost burnt to a crisp. But the Albions and so on, they prefer it as bloody as possible. Where when you put that fork in there, it's still squishy, where they can eat it with the blood, and then that's when they add the ketchup and all that other stuff. So
mimic the blood eating.
Point of interest.
Yes.
May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to say, I think sometimes we mistake symbolism for reality. All right. Before Christ introduced that ritual, then let's call it a ritual, the communion we call it. He did have a supper with his disciples around a table, the 12 disciples. Remember that scenario? There's even a painting of it. He did not advocate eating flesh. He did wine and bread. So if he intended for people to be cannibalism, as I see some people writing in the chat, he would be encouraging cannibalism indeed. But when he did that, he used bread and wine, and it was not wine that gets you drunk and intoxicated. So when he left that ritual for us to perform as Christian, it's a symbolism of partaking of what he did for us in a symbolic way. Never has Christ encouraged anyone to literally get somebody and eat a piece of his flesh and drink some of his blood. If anybody is under that impression, you are so wrong, because God's word does not teach cannibalism. Otherwise, he would have done it before the communion. So I just thought I would share that with you. The next thing, you mentioned about indoctrination. As in everything, there is good and there is bad. You can be indoctrinated with good doctrine that is sound, that is scriptural, that can stand the test of time, that can stand up to any scrutiny. But you can also have false doctrine and error. Jesus accused them, say you did not know the scripture or the power of God, because they were indulging in falsehood. So we must make a distinction between false doctrine. He says in a particular scripture, if you build those who do his words will be like the persons who build their house upon a rock, and the rain came, descended on it, the rock stood firm. But when those people who read the word, don't do the word, don't follow what he says your house, your life will be like a sinking sand. When the rain fall, the flood come and it wash it away. In other words, we must build on solid foundation, and that foundation must stand scrutiny of the word of God. The same way our Bible can stand the scrutiny of history, present reality that we are facing, and so on. So I just thought I'd make that clear. Thank you.
But that's good and everything, but we went to the word, and I'm showing you that the word in etymology and what it means, it doesn't mean nothing else. Because when you're following the rules of spelling, right? The rules of spelling says that the words that are made original and what their true definition means does not change over time. does not change over time. And all we did was go into the word blessed. And the word blessed went to blood, and then it went to the word immolate. And then when you go to the word immolate, it goes in further what that whole ritual was about.
But didn't he also mention happy and some other kind words rather? So why are we taking and focusing on the negative part? Remember again, and we had this conversation some time ago, one word carries with it several meanings. So it all depends on context, the context in which you're using it.
Point of interest, it was only associated with the word bliss. It says the meaning shifted in the Old English towards pronounce or make happy, prosperous, or fortunate by resemblance to an unrelated bliss. Resemblance. So that's appearance. So bless and bliss aren't the same thing.
Exactly.
So really and truly, in the church, you should really say you're blessing somebody, because the meaning of bliss means to invoke or pronounce God's blessing upon, or God's blessing upon. All right. So it's just a matter of correction of the word, and that basically will sort everything out. Right. But if you continue to say bless, then that's what you're saying. You're invoking the idea of blood and those things are associated with that, and so on, right? It's just a matter of correction of words, because to give you an example, and I know this might seem a little bit of a stretch. Remember, I think at some point in time, there was a previous class, we had looked at the word bad, B-A-D, and the original meaning of bad was effeminate man. But if you look at all of the guys out there who consider themselves bad men, or thugs, and they call themselves bad, they're all wearing tight clothing. They're all basically shopping in the women's section. In some places, they in certain jurisdictions in so-called Caribbean, they go and press their hair, and they wear curlers, and they wear fingernail polish and stuff like that. They still shoot you, but they consider themselves bad men. But they're all behaving like they're women, which are effeminate men.
But
so
there's
not believe that they are that way. They're behaving in the true sense of the meaning of the word, right? And that you can do this on observation. You see it all daily. I just pointing out what that is. I know. Cool.
Point of interest, just to follow up on something you just said, David P. But you see, you're only looking at one side of the coin. That's what I'm saying. We have to be careful of that, because bad in Cameron will tell you. I think Cameron is in Jamaica, if I'm not mistaken. Bad in the Jamaican culture mean you are a bad man. You're dangerous. You're not feminine.
But
You're the opposite of what you just
didn't mean it
described.
that way. The original meaning of bad is a feminine man, and every single, and in fact,
it depends on the culture. I'm saying in our culture,
right, but
that's
in the
not
culture,
the situation.
if in the culture, right, you want to be a bad man, right? But if a bad man now looks and behaves like a girl, is he still a man?
But I'm saying to you, David P., that does not happen in our culture as Jamaicans. When you say that is a bad man, you're talking about a guy will shoot you.
You need to go back to Jamaica and really go in the bad areas and see them fellas wearing tight clothes, pressing the hair. And
those are the effeminate ones.
Still bust a shot in your head. Right? But they think they're bad men, but they're dressing like girl. Well, that's the way they had that song years ago. Bad man, no dress like girl. Right? Because they themselves were trying to deny something that they were already doing. Psychologically, by spiritually casting a spell on themselves to behave like effeminate men. I yield the floor.
Point of interest, please.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Patrick.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I want to touch a little bit on the word blessed. We are treating English language as if it's the original language that ever given to us. To start with, in the Bible, the teaching on the mount that said, "Blessed are they." Blessed in English is a very minute, non-strong expression to give the real meaning of what Christ was saying. The Greek word for that blessed that the English language says is makarios. Makarios in Greek simply means you are whole and completely, overwhelmingly placed in a higher position to be this. That's why I say makarios in. That's, unfortunately, we come to the blessed again. No, blessed is English word. It has nothing to do with the original language of man. English is not the original language of man. Makarios is a Greek, and we all agree that Greek is one of the most ancient language that we know, at least. And if I go to my own native tongue, which is Igbo in Nigeria, blessed in the sense of the meaning that we seem to be giving to it now, don't come close to the real meaning. Because Onya Gozira, he who is above all, place of a more loftier place is he, then you state the expression there. So let us not hover around this blessed, which is English word. We have a lot of English language that really don't come close to describing the real thing in the real life. So we're giving them too much credit for being the original language where we base our discussions and arguments on. I rest my case.
Shit.
All right. So, I hear what you're all saying, but one of the rules and only rule of etymology and spelling is that words do not have double and triple meanings. The letters that go together to make that word is actually the invoking of what that word truly means and never ever changes the sands of time. When you truly understand that, just that alone.
When you say never changes its meaning, from what language are you making this assertion? From what language? Is it Latin? Is it Greek? Is it English? Is it French? Because the argument here seems to be hovering only on English language, which they have a lot of borrowed expressions from all over the place.
Yeah, but English language is it's all of the languages in the planet put together making angles. Even in the word. Pardon?
They say it's lingua franca. That's what everybody understands, right?
I didn't hear you. Go again.
The lingua franca.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
But then they, through the manipulations of other people's mindset and what we all believe in our individual settings, have made it to be as if English language is the ultimate. If it doesn't agree with what the English mind says, then it doesn't belong to an acceptable meaning. So that blessed is English expression. It's not Latin expression. It's not Greek expression. It's not my language, Igbo expression, and it's not Twi of Ghanaians or any other language.
You want David? Would you like David P. to read the definition again for you?
David, please go ahead.
Come.
The definition for bless in etymology.
Right.
In English language, right?
Right. Hold on.
Okay,
Give me a second.
Go ahead.
Why you say you're not checking
in Edamon online? I'm searching for bless. Okay.
I put my website.
Bless. Old English.
Okay. Old.
Yeah,
hold on. You can allow me to read.
No, go ahead, please.
And then you type.
You can go to Edamon online. You can read it with me. Old English, Bletzian,
or whatever.
Bledzian, Northumbrian,
Google
Bloodson.
So
to consecrate by a religious rite,
I'm not paying
make
for it.
holy,
You're
give
going to
thanks.
screenshot it and
From
get a copy of it?
Proto-Germanic, bloodison.
Why?
Hallowed with blood, marked with blood.
Screen open
From blotten,
and press the screen
blood. Right?
Screenshot and check
Originally
it's
a blood
you only need the
sprinkling
rough.
on
You
pagan
have to go type
altars.
it over properly.
This word was chosen in Old English Bibles. Note hear that. Chosen in Old English Bibles to translate Latin benedicere or Greek eulogian, both of which have a ground sense of to speak well or to praise, but were used in scripture to translate Hebrew birk, to bend the knee, worship, praise, invoke blessings. From L.R. Palmer, the Latin language writes, there is nothing surprising in the semantic development of a word denoting originally a special ritual act into the more generalized meanings to sacrifice, worship, bless. He compares Latin immolare, which gives us the word, which is the root of the word immolate. And to all people, all nobles, and I agree, the English language is what it is. But if you have a problem with it, learn Latin and speak that. Learn Greek and speak that. Learn Hebrew and speak that only. Other than that, learn the etymology of the English language and speak denotatively, and then you will never have any problems. I yield the floor.
Point of interest?
Yes.
Yes, it states as well, just that I was following David P. there with that definition, and it says the meaning shifted in late Old English toward pronouncing or make happy, prosperous, or fortunate. So it seems like it was originally meaning blood, and then it became something that they later on associated with happiness or prosperous or fortunate, being fortunate.
And when did they do that?
It also says here resemblance to the unrelated bliss, which is the other continuation to that. So you have
That's
to add
correct.
context.
Yeah, so it seems like from the 14th century, this definition changed. But before it seemed like it originally meant blood, and those definitions that
so
David
they give
P. gave.
a job and sell the people a yam and a bag.
Context is what matters here. Context. When Jesus spoke on the Sermon on the Mount, he could not be saying something about blood are you if you forgive your enemies. Blood are, come on. It's context. Happy are you if you do so and so. Happy are you when you live good. Happy are you, whatever it is that the Sermon on the Mount says. He's saying you're a happy person. He says, blessed are they that do his commandment, that they may enter into heaven. What are you saying? He's saying, blessed are those that
drink blood.
Drink blood. Come on. It's context.
What language are you
just
using?
Just like law, it's context. Context that matters.
What language are you speaking? What language are you reading in the Bible that you're reading? Is it English or is it Latin?
We're dealing with English, the translation.
Right. And it said in the meaning, in the etymology, that in the Old English Bibles, of which the King James Bible is derived from, which most people use nowadays, is derived and a derivative of the Old English Bible. So unless you're willing to go back to the original Greek and Hebrew and translate that for yourself, right, then you must read the Bible etymologically, with etymology. Because if you have a problem with the words in English meaning what they really mean, then switch languages. I yield the floor.
So let me ask you now, isn't it, where does context comes in our reasoning? You don't look in the context in what was said and decipher what is the person trying to say. Let's say it's blood, but when you read the context of, let's say where it was used most is on the Sermon on the Mount. Read the Sermon on the Mount and tell me if you can use the word blood for that context. I rest my case.
That's where we should hold it, because we are still hovering around the English language. and that is not giving a real satisfaction of the meaning of blessed as it is. Anyway, I yield.
Point of interest?
No matter where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're a more right. No mind the nationality, you have got the identity of a more right.
That
I
needs to
yield.
be bigger. I need
I
to
like that. I like that.
well, big it up. Big it up. Need to be
Point
bigger.
of interest.
Yeah, for you.
Grand Rising.
What number is
All
it?
right.
What number
Rising Noble.
the font is or whatever
With
the
regards to
writing?
syntax grammar, right? Is there any
No, you need to use about
is there any
11 or 12.
intention that you know
Highlight.
of to correct
It and use a 10
the
or 12.
entire language as it and correct it to its proper status as it that's the best way to put it? Because as I say, we know that English is a vile war language and nothing is as it seems. So since it will be really hard to create a new language for everyone to learn, are there any preparations being made or any thought given to actually just correcting all the meanings of the English words that it could be kind of like cleaning it up so that what we say is what
This is the one they recommend.
we mean, that we wouldn't be living in a state of perpetual legalese,
Although
so
I don't
to
know what
speak.
it will look like when it's print.
Yeah.
Why
Can
don't
you
you
shed
give
any
it
light?
a little more?
Can you shed any light in that area, please?
It'll be hard.
Yes,
Point of interest.
we have already started. We've already started doing that by correcting all of the paragraphs, rewriting different constitutions, rewriting a lot of the dictionaries, and we need more help. I'll get into that more in depth.
Are they using the equation, the actual syntax, the new equation? Syntax. Well, not new, but
they're using
the actual equation. 1 + 2. Yeah.
Yeah, they're using etymology.
1 + 2 = 2 minus 2 = 1.
Yeah.
So that it would.
You're talking about.
Are they using that?
No, we're not using that. We're using etymology and only etymology, and making claims over the actual document, rewriting it.
So in terms of what Russell J. Miller and Russell Gould did, when they redid the entire periodic table using the syntax grammar, how are we going to be using that as well, or are we going to stick to the old periodic table? Because I find a lot of value in the corrected version, honestly.
We were going to use it, but it's really about claims, and even the Win Miller thing, he's doing everything in black. So we'd have to we have to change even the font and the colors of that.
Right.
I tell you, just
because we are the real Phoenicians. So so we can actually claim that because we never gave him any permission to do it anyways, right? Never mind, it is helpful.
You got it.
What? That's Google Docs.
You got it.
Thank you.
That's in
Seven
Google
Heaven.
Docs. So why is it so
Thank you for holding on, Seven Heaven.
Point of interest. Grand Rising to all nobles.
Yes, go ahead.
I was a little late joining, so I didn't interfere with what I didn't hear. But basically, what I'm hearing is, and I start with this last topic on the language. Apparently, there's a language out for a long time by the name of Esperanto, and everyone seems to understand it, but it has been suppressed to the greatest degree. That's one. Number two, from the verbiage of the Bible, there is new information that I just obtained that Shakespeare and 47 of so-called men of stature rewrote the Bible and found it to be at a stage very confusing and have left the whole scenario in confusion. So we shouldn't really emphasize on what we really believe, but what we have found to be of knowledge. Believe is wrong or right and subject to adjustment, but knowledge is knowing. So I suppose we as a body together should try to find the real knowledge base of these meanings and not be offended by any other opinions. That's number two. Number three, and this is an opportunity to really support what Noble Cameron had to say about the first black president. And I'll read it for you just in case I'm not putting in any of my own feeling into this. But the first president of the United States was a black man and a Moor at that. That's what I really want to emphasize on, that he was a Moor and he was president of the United States.
Major.
He was the ninth real, and he was a real first of the United States, John Hanson, who understood the importance of the war and was concerned. He served as president from 1781 to 1782 AD. In fact, he sent 800 pounds of sterling silver by his brother Samuel Hanson to George Washington to provide the troops with shoes. They tried so hard to cover the true Moorish identity of John Hanson because of his great accomplishments as a leader. And since Euro Americans have their roots in England, it must be very hard to accept the fact that the true father and founder of the United States of America was a Moor. John Hanson was described as a man of action. With great organizational abilities. He organized two riflemen groups that were the first to join General George Washington during the Revolutionary War. He also appointed George Washington as general. John Hanson was the assemblyman for Charles County in the Maryland and was chairman of the Frederick County on two committees, the committees of observation and the committee of correspondence. Upon his death, he was eulogized by the Maryland Gazette on November 21st, 1783 AD, and I quote, "Thus was ended the career of America's greatest statesman. While hitherto practically unknown to our people, and this is true as to nearly all generations that have lived since his day, this great handiwork, the nation which he helped to establish, remains as a fitting tribute to his memory. It is doubtful if there has ever lived on this side of the Atlantic a nobler character or shrewder statesman. One would search its twain to find a more powerful personage or a man, aggressive leader in the annals of America's history, father of italics. Now, Abraham Lincoln, the supposed 16th president, said John Hanson should be honored equally with George Washington. And they tried to hide the true identity of John Hanson. They'll show you a mulatto-looking person who is Europeanized or Euro-American, while the real John Hanson, the original picture, is buried. But if you go onto the internet, which they don't expect Black people to have access, if you go to the Library of Congress website, which you can find under American Memories, under daguerreotype pictures, which is an early photographic process. with an image made of a light-sensitive silver metallic plate, will you see that he is unmistakable Moor. And they even have a bronze statue of John Hanson at a statutory hall in the White House. It looks just like the original picture. By the way, only the greatest Americans are placed in this hall. And it continues, the Great Seal of the United States was designed by John Hanson. Make note, the seal called the Great Seal is used by John Hanson and so in reality, George Washington was the ninth president of the United States and the first president under the Constitution. Proof of this can be seen on bronze medallion that on one side shows Washington receiving his troops, and on the other side shows John Hanson's caption, First President under Articles of Confederation. And the medallion was made by Congress on the 200th anniversary of the surrender of Cornwallis. And the article contained a heading of which stated that the Great Seal of the United States, which is shown on the backside of the dollar, which was created by John Hanson. Ready, it's 6:30. I stand down. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you for that, Noble.
And point of interest, just one 2 cents I want to drop in there. When I went to Germany some years ago, currently my ex, he was in the military. And when I went there on the military base, the $2 bill is spent continuously like it's, we see the dollar bill here, but we don't see the dollar bill here. Why are they hiding it from the public?
Yeah, exactly. The original dollar bill, right?
Yeah, the $2 bill. It's like it's all over. They use it constantly on the military base.
I have 2 of them in my wallet.
I might have one still, but I didn't realize the significance, Yeah. And I wonder why didn't they? This was back in the probably the early 90s when I went over there. It was used continuously all the time. It's a common thing, but you don't see it here.
Right. Wow. Right? Not honoring the original president and not honoring that side of the dollar bill where the president has his seal, the Moorish national seal. Right? The same seal you see me talking out of right now on your screen when you see me talking is the exact seal that he made. It says Islam on it and everything, but we're not talking about Islam. So tomorrow, I'm going to continue this class and show you what Islam is. Okay? And to expound on Seven Heaven, Noble, about the King James, you are 100% right about the King James being Shakespeare. His name is William Shakespeare. His pen name was William Shakespeare. And also, he's also King James VI.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
King James VI. So when you're talking about King James, you have to wait a second.
That's correct.
How many King James is there? And then King James VI was William Shakespeare.
That's correct.
Ashe. All right.
So we've been misled from day one. So we have to be patient with ourselves and seek to find. As the Bible says, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be open, ask and you shall be given. This is knowledge. You have to do all those 3 things to accomplish the end result.
That's correct. That is correct. So all I'm trying to do for you all is have you and encourage you to study. Our Noble that just read that, right? Noble, I don't mean to put your age out there, but how old are you?
In a couple of days, 83.
Okay, right?
Cameron, excuse me. You don't say things like that. You say, how young are you? Not how old are you? All right. There you go.
Correct. Stand by for correction. That's correct.
True. I really do. and it's his Earth Strong coming too, so he's getting younger.
I love it. Age is not a factor. Age is not a factor. It's how you feel about life and how you feel about others.
Word. All right. Okay. Point taken.
Point of interest?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings everyone, Noble Matriarch. Yeah, thanks for the positive vibration. Cameron, big love and respect, because your teaching is at a different level and I love it. Yeah, and I try to embrace it every week. Yeah. But differently from that, right? My daughter drew something to my attention a few months ago. And I want to share it with you and get your opinion on it.
Okay.
She said, you have boy, you have girl. You have man, you have woman. You have king, you have queen. You have prince, you have princess.
Right.
She said, Queen Elizabeth mean Elizabeth. She married for 70 odd years. But when Prince Philip died, he wasn't a king. That means that she's not a real queen.
That's right.
She's not a real queen.
That's right.
Yeah, we give her the title as a queen.
And she continued it from her mother, which was Victoria, which was also not the queen.
Thank you. She's not a real queen. Yeah, that's why in the COVID, she never come say nothing because she's not queen.
Because she's not the queen at all. And she lost more of her position back in 2014, right to 2019. So yeah, I'm glad that your daughter was able to research that and show you that, because she was never the queen. And that's why they left you evidence. I'm glad that you spotted out that, wait a second, how come Charles didn't become the king? You know what I mean?
That's correct.
And like any of the other males, there's so many males in their family, and none of them was appointed to be the king, even to the moment. So
we mess with a lot.
Yes, a lot.
Yeah. The next thing I want to share with you, Cameron, right? Thank you for assisting me and Noble Chris to get my Nationalise and my travel documents. And I also have my bank account using my national ID.
Ashe. Very well.
Yeah, so it worked.
Ashe. Yeah. Ashe.
Yeah, me and my partner went to this show at the Accelerator. It's a baby show with tons of people there. And everybody they have to take PCR test to go in. I go to the security and tell him, I show my ID. I said, I'm a national. He said, he don't know it. So I asked to speak to the organizer of the show. She wheeled her body come down, right?
Yes.
On the ID. And she said, you are okay. You don't have to do the PRC test. And then she asked my partner if my partner naturalized. My partner said no. She said, but you have to do the PRC test.
Yeah, separate the week. See, you see the difference?
Yeah, and my when my partner see that, she run go and naturalize as well. Yeah, so I just want to share that with you. All right, I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Noble. Ashe, good testimony. Excellent. Wow, that's
need more like that. Love it.
There's plenty more. Right? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna encourage everybody who's got testimony to make a collage, and we're gonna have a direct class solely for that, because a lot of people and we'll even bring the ones that didn't go through, because there's sometimes there's tyranny in the world, and sometimes we have to clean that up. and get rid of all of that too. But what you went through, Noble, is exactly what is supposed to be going on with us on a global basis everywhere, all the time, without fail, without no hitch, none of that. And these are the experiences that I've been experiencing. But you know what I mean? And I'm so glad you brought that experience to our attention.
You're welcome.
Point of interest. Nationalization is like putting a foundation onto a building. You put on the foundation before you build. It is so necessary. We were out shopping yesterday, and we tax exempt, and we weren't being given the full credit. And we had the manager come down, and he was willing to. It says beyond him, but he wants to consult with head office. And he also gave us the opportunity to consult head office. So there is recognition out there on all different levels. We just have to keep exercising and pushing forward. But to start with, I would advise all of us to get foundationalized.
Thank you for that. Excellent. I'm so happy today. This is a good class. We've accomplished a lot. We've said a lot. We've asked a lot of questions. I don't want to keep us here too long because it is getting late. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's probably like 11 or 12:30 in the UK or in other places in that area. And I don't want you all to be like hurt, because it's late and it's getting time. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do is those who have their hands up still, for them to write down their questions, and we'll continue this class tomorrow. Because if we were to go through all these questions, we'll definitely won't get out of here till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning when it comes to our people. So we want to respect the UK people, and I love you all out in the UK. Thank you for coming to the class. I know we have to end it this way, but we're not all in the same time zone. And I want you to be comfortable and want to come to this class, not be mad that these guys don't finish when they say they're gonna finish. Thank you all for your questions. All of your questions are valid and all have a remedy to it and a point to it. Peace and love to you all. We are going to continue tomorrow, so please write down your questions so you don't lose your train of thoughts. We're going to continue with the history of what's going on with us and where we're going in this future. This is very important because where we're going in this future is just like what the Noble brought out. He said, hey, this will have happened, and it's bigger than that. And I'm glad that the testimonies from Dev, everybody who spoke, thank you, because we need these things to happen and people to get that energy to understand the difference between jurisdiction, your nationality, and your pedigree. Peace and love to you all. I love you all. We'll be here back again. David P., thank you again for the reading.
One quick question thing. There's a void of moon tomorrow that is going to end at 1:23 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern Standard Time. So I am suggesting that you might want to start class at 1:30 p.m. instead.
That's right. You're right. Okay. You're right. Thank you for that. All right.
I yield the floor.
See y'all tomorrow. We're going to get deeper and deeper into business and economics. But let's learn the history first and let's learn our past so we can know our future. Peace and love, everybody. Have an amazing evening or day, wherever you are. We'll do this again. Bye-bye for now.
Gratitude.
Thank you.
We love you. We love you, Cameron.
We love you. Peace.
Thank you.
Love, peace and love.